What's up, everyone? Kawaii here, and welcome to episode 51 of the Weebs Roundtable podcast. In this podcast, we're going to be talking about our final thoughts on the winter 2025 anime. So joining me right here is Memory NK and Mad Out of Culture. Now, before we get started, I have a bit of a unfortunate announcement for those of you who have been following the podcast for a long time. So, after this podcast, we are planning on taking a indefinite hiatus with the podcast. This is mostly a decision on my part, and it's mainly because, we've been doing the same thing for the past, almost 8 years now. Just getting together every 6 weeks, just talking about seasonal anime. And I really want an opportunity to, just take a step back, take a break, and just, reevaluate where I want to, take the podcast, But we have talked about some ideas of what we can possibly do with the podcast. So maybe we'll come back at some time in the spring. Who knows? But yeah, anyways, other than that, without further ado, let's just get on to it. So, the first anime on the list is still a very hype webtoon anime adaptation, Solo Leveling. So, yeah, what do you guys think?
Well, yeah, Solo Leveling Season 2 pretty much dominate the trend for the entirety of the winter season. It's basically one of the most talked anime in the season, and literally every time a preview came up, already people were talking about it. So, when you have an anime preview images released on a Tuesday, and people are already getting the trend going for the week already, it's literally going to be the only anime that people are going to care about. Well, obviously, you got other animes like Dr. Stone. You got stuff like Apothecary Diaries. You also got stuff with ReZero Part 2, Season 3 Part 2. But don't kid yourself. Solo Leveling dominates your timeline. It literally dominates your timeline, regardless of how much you want to avoid it. Oh, what do we have here?
Ryu has joined.
Have here?
This is so
Ryu, welcome.
I'm going to be honest, I honestly didn't expect Ryu to join.
Oh, I was something else. I was.
So
I just finished watching that Netflix anime, Devil May Cry.
Oh, damn! You binged it.
That
You
was
binged
the
the whole
worst.
thing?
That was like the worst. One of the worst things I've watched.
Oh shit! I haven't even. I already downloaded the file already. I haven't even watched yet. So
Like, even when you don't try to take into account the canonicity of the original Devil May Cry story, it was all over the place. Like, I don't even know what the hell it was trying. I'm not gonna spoil, but there's a certain thing about the devils, demons, you call it, that irked me. That irked me, and how they were it was interpreted. Yeah, that was a deal breaker. And I'm like, yeah, this is trash.
well, I mean, we can have another podcast talking
I
about
mean,
Devil May Cry, maybe, I guess.
the end, it doesn't even look that good either. Aside from some nice, cuts, I guess. I mean, but it
Right.
doesn't have the sort of charm that you usually see from most Japanese animation, at least in my opinion.
So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
other than that, we're just going by the list, and right now we're talking about Solo Leveling. Mad Lad, you
So
want to
you
continue
didn't
your
miss
thoughts?
much. Oh yeah. Where was I? Yeah, I was talking about how Solo Leveling literally dominates the timeline for pretty much every social media platform, and it just, to be honest, it's because of the hype of Solo Leveling. It just pretty much blindfolded every anime in that season. I mean, obviously, if you follow a certain anime, you still see it on the timeline, but don't kid yourself. Solo Leveling topics will pop up. You never miss a Solo Leveling topic, regardless. Oh my god, I need both.
And a
What is going on?
Oh no, he's gone.
What is going on?
It wasn't actually him.
We
We
are-
just saw his apparition.
Did I just arise everyone from the slumber?
Yes.
Get it? Arise. Yeah. Oh well. But yeah, let's just talk about the anime, not about the timeline shit and stuff. But Solo Leveling Season 2, yeah, if you're into power fantasy, this is your anime, I guess. I mean, obviously, carry on where we left off from Season 1. Well, according to the Japanese release schedule, they say they treat it as like a continuation or core 2 of where we left off. But yeah, I gotta say, literally carry on from where we left off, where Jinwoo arrives Igris, and now he got himself first general, and then you can see the trend going already when they got trapped inside a Red Gate incident and got himself into a hot mess with the Frost Elves, and you just knew Jinwoo's gonna start ore farming, flexing his way around it, demonstrating his capability to use his newfound shadow power. And obviously, and you just knew Jinwoo's just gonna become one of those OP characters that's gonna show up and just take up just a lot of the screen time and show how strong he is. And then we have like a build up to the build up to more of his just how the system works before we head into like the orc dungeon where we meet Tusk, and then we get to see how Jinwoo really flexes in that scenario, helping the hunters of getting out of that tight situation. A rank hunters, by the way, and B rank hunters witnessing Jinwoo's power, and you just knew that Jinwoo, because of what happened, he knew he's gonna eventually get the attention of the S rank hunters and everyone involved. The chairman was involved, and you knew that Jinwoo was going to become an S ranker before even hitting the halfway mark of the season. And to be honest, though, what I can see from Solo Leveling is that each segment of a mini arc where he focuses on different dungeon boss battles, we see how his power grows, how much he can really manifest using his powers, and how he becomes smarter and smarter in using his newfound powers, and of course using his shadow soldiers to aid him in the fight. But obviously, the biggest talking point is not the new waifu SL, which is quite disappointing that she only got 2 episodes screen time. But what I can see, the main topic that dominates this season of Solo Leveling is obviously the Ant Colony arc, the Jeju Island arc. And because when I first heard about it, I was like, why are you guys so excited for this island arc? Now it kind of makes more sense though, because S rank hunters, world building wise, S rank hunters aren't that strong compared to dungeon monsters anymore. We're like, everyone, when S rank hunter was introduced in season 1, people think that they're like the pillar of the pillar, like they're the top tier. To get to that stage is like, is that your story is complete and stuff like that. And of course, you becoming an S ranker halfway through to the season doesn't really make sense though, because we usually, when we see Jinwoo becoming went from the weakest to the strongest, we expect him to become an S rank like maybe end of season. But when he became S rank around halfway through the season, I say, something doesn't really add up here. Usually he become an S ranker around the end of the season, where we show the fact that he has gone far from episode 1 to now. So something must be going on with this plot line. So we got it. It seems like the Ant King killed a lot of the S ranker, like easily punish the Korean hunters and kill off 70% of the Japanese S rank hunters. That says a lot around the storyline, and that is where it really, I think that is what many Solo Leveling fans have been saying is a turning point of the story, where we truly see the fact that S rank hunters aren't exactly the god tier rank that people were trying to reach. There's a rank above an S ranker, and that is called a national rank. But what's above a national rank? I'm not sure if this is going to count as spoilers, but it's called a monarch rank. So that's why I think, because of Jeju Island art, not only we get to see one of the best fight of the season, or one of the best episodes of the year already, but also we get to explore the concept of ranking system now. So and the fact that dungeon monsters aren't exactly the biggest, like, how do you say, antagonist of the story. There's a much bigger antagonist coming our way, and I'm really excited for season 3 because from what I've been told by manhwa readers or light novel readers for Solo Leveling is that season 3 we really gonna explore the system. The hunters, the dungeons are occupying around, and I'm excited to find out more about. I think season 3, from what basically in summary, is that they expand on the world of Solo Leveling more so compared to this season. This season, in my opinion, it's just allowed Jinwoo to ore farm, basically to ore farm most of the episodes. So yeah.
I had a fun time with this season, but honestly, it's mostly because of the fights and the production. That's really about it. Because like character-wise and story-wise, it doesn't grab me, especially like character-wise, which is like a big thing I'm on. Like that's important to me for like series is. I'm like, yeah, the characters look cool, but that's not like a lot of the characters look cool and have aura or whatever you want to say, but like that's not like what matters to me. Like, yeah, it's cool, but on a deeper level, I just could care less about any of the characters in this series, honestly. I will admit though, the scene with like Jinwoo and his mom, like, yeah, that I think the way they directed that and the music and that helped. I feel like that was a nice scene. Like that is something I would point out. But like, I mean, outside of that, it's just there's a lot of character moments and a lot of just I guess characters in general I just don't really like care for on a deep level. So I mean, and that was kind of I feel like maybe even from what manhwa readers had said, but like on what to expect with the series, but even just from like season 1, I kind of like could tell that like, okay, this is going to be a series where like, yeah, I'll have fun with it probably for the fights and for the production, but outside of that, I feel like I don't really get much out of it, and I mean that kind of continued with this season, but so I enjoyed it, but once again, nothing like really like crazy, not gonna say here and act like it's a masterpiece or anything like that. It was just a solid watch. So yeah, that would be honestly my thoughts. I don't really have much to say. That I mean, there were a lot of standout episodes with like obviously as Mad Lad mentioned, like the Ant King. You could bring up Baron, and there was some other fights as well. I think it was episode 6 and episode 8 of season 2 that were like they were pretty fire. In terms of like especially enjoyment, and then obviously the tail end how it left off was pretty strong. But yeah, I mean I don't really have much else to say aside from that in terms of my thoughts on season 2 of Solo Leveling. So
Ryu, do you have any thoughts on this? No. All right.
He's like, if I speak,
I'll be banned for 6 months.
If I speak.
If I speak.
All right. Well, I'm not watching this, so. Sorry. Do you
Actually,
have any
I just need to mention this. Solo Leveling fans should just calm down on the internet sometimes because I'm not gonna say it's a bad thing that they're trying to hype up the series, but some of the stuff I've been seeing on Twitter lately, just like saying that, guys, we're only in the winter season. I understand that you guys, you can say that A1 Pictures went all out. Even the director said he went all out with most of the episodes. And Sawano giving us one of the best OST to deliver some of the moments. Yes, I get it. It's the hype factor that got you guys thinking that Solo Leveling deserved to be Anime of the Year, which I can already see that this momentum will feed into Crunchyroll Award very nicely. So you guys will have your happiness for that. But we're only in the winter season, and we still got another 6 more months to go. No, not 6 more months. 9 more months to go until the end of 2025, and we still got a lot of animes to come out this year, which includes Dan Dan Dan, Grand Blue, What other Fire Force, if you want to count that in, even though I don't really see it become an anime of the year anyways. What else is coming out this year?
Achiakuta, I think there's that one romance one. The flower.
I know
what is
Windbreaker.
it called?
Well, actually, I don't think Windbreaker is all that popular.
Yeah,
the fragrant flower. You
get what I mean. We still got a lot more anime coming out this year, and it's so early to say it's anime of the year. That's what I never say. That's what I never go as far as saying is anime of the year in any of my reaction title. I just say it's going to be episode. I'm going to say one of the best anime of the year. One of the best episodes of the year. There's a
difference.
Yeah, just have a discussion point on the title, not say best anime of the year. Like literally, when the Jeju Island dropped, a lot of people are already saying this is already considered anime of the year. I said no, I get it. Don't get me wrong, I love Solo Leveling. I would be happy to see it in the top 10, but it's too early. It's early days. We still got a lot of animes to discuss this year, and I cannot really want to say that this is anime of the year yet because just don't get me wrong. The fight scene, the animation is amazing, but the story wise, it's very, very straightforward. There's no contextual to it, and from like I said, what I've been told by Solo Leveling fans, once we get to season 3 territory, that is when I truly want to see how the story develops now, rather than just fight, power fantasy or farming, Jinwoo just being a badass, and of course getting rizzing by all the girls too. But yeah, anyway, so Solo Leveling, this is my message. Solo Leveling fans, chill, man, just chill for once. Jesus Christ,
you're just becoming another typical shonen fandom at this point.
Pretty much, that's how a lot of these types of shows. That's how a lot of communities end up being when it comes to these types of shows.
But hey, if you want Solo Leveling to win already, just vote on Crunchyroll Award that we don't care about. So,
yep. And yeah, like I said, I'm not watching Solo Leveling season 2. So, other than that, I think we can move on now. So, next up on the list is an anime that has actually not finished yet as the time we're recording this podcast, but it is still considered by many to be one of the most disappointing shows from the winter season, Sakamoto Days. And yeah, I think we all have thoughts on this.
We finished with Core 1, so yeah, we can talk about it. Not gonna lie to you, as someone that read the manga back during I think I read the manga like 4 years ago already. That's why I don't remember much from the plot. But yeah, I just
Netflix.
I don't know.
Is over.
I don't know. I just don't feel excited after episode 3 anymore. Like every time I watch Sakamoto Days, I just felt like, yeah.
It's only better seeing other people's react to it and talk about it than that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Ryu said.
That's always a bad thing when that happens. When you enjoy seeing the reactions of others to a certain show far more than the show itself, yeah, there's an issue. And this is totally summing up Sakamoto Days anime to a T. It looks so everything's. I'm not gonna guess up the manga as it is, but I feel like it deserves. But of course, like it deserves a lot better. Like some of these fights stood out in the manga because of how the dynamic paneling and how it is depicted. The anime just fails to really portray that well. It's more like a slideshow. It's more like a slideshow, if anything, in most cases. And also the constant reliance on wind effects. Like I'm not against that, but just like, okay, we're just cheaply playing things out at this point. Even though it's supposed to be more intense, like how the author was probably trying to show it. I'm pretty sure they're pulling their hairs out watching the anime when they're watching the anime. And it deserves better. That's all I'm gonna say. Like me, I was just because of how it is, I was literally bored out of my mind. That's how I'm like and then it's not me having a particular dislike of it. That's just how disappointing the anime is. Like even if your expectations are low, you should be able to tell that this ain't it. This could have been a lot more, and it should have been.
I was worried from the beginning, honestly. Like especially once the like staff and the
Oh yeah,
the
me
studio,
too.
yeah, like once it was like announced, I was like, like I don't think it's gonna be one of the worst like productions, but it's not gonna be what Sakamoto Days kind of deserves. So, and I mean that's kind of what happened. Like, yeah, because like the production is not like I wouldn't necessarily say it's like bad. I wouldn't say it's like one of the worst I've ever seen, but it's not overall. It's not good. It's and like I don't know. To put it this way, like if Solo Leveling had production value like this, people would not be talking about Solo Leveling how they talk about Solo Leveling. I
Exactly.
mean,
Well said.
that's
Oh, imagine
like at least Sakamoto Days has some
Leveling
characters.
being adapted by.
At least
studio
Sakamoto
teams.
Days has some characters that you can latch onto, and like now, granted, the core one stuff that we did get is like it's more slice of life character introductions. You're getting like I think core 2 is when it'll start getting into the more like serious kind of territory. But like they even cut out like at the beginning parts like they cut out like some slice of life moments even, and I think they cut out a scene at the very beginning of the manga.
It's bad
with,
enough
like, I think it was with the bus or whatever that they cut out. Like, I mean,
it's
yeah,
bad enough that they
wasn't
were
the only
cutting
thing.
those out.
Yeah.
No, okay. It was bad enough that the animation wasn't up there, but just cutting those out, yeah, that's where it was, that's where it was failing a lot.
Yeah, I just feel like it's just for me it was just a pain. Like as a big fan of the manga, like I'm not caught up, but I've read like a decent amount of it, like over I think 100 chapters. But I was following it from the beginning, and I was just like, oh man, like the way that the action is portrayed in the manga, like it's like I don't know, it's something that in terms of like adaptation, right? To pull it off, it's a pretty big task. I feel like it's not just like some easy thing. So it's just like it needed a special kind of production, and this is just one where it's just pretty average.
Maybe like another studio. It should have been picked up by another studio at this point, or like some other like I could literally see Production IG doing something much better with it. I mean, maybe not all too perfect, but it would be a pretty competent adaptation, unlike what we got here. What we got here with what was there? What was
TMS,
the?
I think.
Yeah, TMS.
Yeah, which I mean, really, they're not really.
I don't think they're I don't think TMS Entertainment, from what I know, they're
not known for really. They're not known for oriented.
They're not. Yeah, but they're not. Well, back in the day, they did G Gray Man, but that one's not really the kind of fights that you expect a lot of crazy dynamic motion or whatnot. So yeah, that's kind of, and even then, that's kind of an outlier. I don't really see any. They did there was Megalobox, but if I remember correctly, there was a lot of freelancers on there. So yeah, even then it's pretty limited. It's pretty limited. It's not like a lot of it is action, anyways.
Yeah.
And so this was not the this wasn't it.
It was just painfully average for me as an adaptation.
I see they did Grace Kenchi's Mind's Disciple, but that's like another old school show, and I'm pretty sure the climate back then was a lot different, so it was probably better circumstances, a different staff, like a different sort of management. But nowadays, like that's impossible. That's not almost impossible now. Like you gotta. This should have been like straight up. This should have been dedicated somewhere else. And the fact they were doing Doctor Stone, they were doing the Doctor Stone season at the same time too. That
and Blue Box.
Help. Oh yeah, that too. Oh god, I forgot about that one. I wonder if all those 2-3 productions were hurting each other just because they were sharing the same sort of studio. Their press, each other's press were just hurting that sort of production quality. And I think for Sakamoto Days, because of the kind of stuff the kind of content it has, it suffered the most by all means.
Yeah. Kawhi, what you think?
So for me, this anime really fell off hard for me, but for different reasons than most other people. So, uh, I still disagree with criticisms towards the animation though. I still think the animation looks fine. It still looks good. Like if you want to see some slideshow adjacent, go watch. Anyways, I'm falling in love with you from the winter season, the reverse harem. That was
Oh,
that's slideshow adjacent.
yeah.
But yeah, I still don't agree with like the criticism towards the animation. However, I still have a lot of thoughts regarding the show itself. Now, I don't know if you guys saw what I posted on Memories Discord in the Sakamoto Days discussion thread last night. But for those who haven't, I'm just gonna reiterate my thoughts from that. So yeah, this show is I mean, I did kind of enjoy it during the first few episodes, but after that it started getting really like repetitive for me.
Repetitively.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's basically Spy X Family but worse.
Worse.
Oh, you did say that. Yeah, it is literally
Yeah.
it's literally an inferior Spy X Family. Like,
Yeah.
and I'm not even that crazy about Spy X
Exactly.
Family nowadays, but it's just like, oof. It doesn't have the sort of dynamic that you get from Anya, Yor, and Lloyd. At least those have like some tightness to it, even if it's not the best thing in the world. But here with the Sakamoto Days, I'm struggling to find like the fights are what do carry the source material in my opinion because of how well they are and how cool it is, and there is some nice plotting, but
Yeah.
here and there. But like in terms of character dynamic,
It's just not there.
I really am really searching hard to try to find a particularly good one, and I'm just getting no hits on that.
Yeah, it's like I watched like 2 seasons of Spy X Family. I can't imagine myself right now. I can't imagine myself getting past 1 season of Sakamoto Days. Like first of all, the writing is just too predictable. Like it's like for the past for the large majority of the season, it's mostly just about the same thing. Hitman try to come and take Sakamoto on, but he just owns them. He just whoops their ass in the most OP, ridiculous way possible. I mean, and many of them just underestimate Sakamoto, and they also have some sort of weird gimmick towards them. So, yeah, the writing's too predictable.
Yeah, literally.
I mean, if you
Initially, it's kind of like villain.
Homeboy.
It's kind of like villain of the week.
One
Initially,
homeboy.
like at
Yeah.
the
I
beginning.
forgot his name. I think it was the two guys. They were about to show their first move, and then like Sakamoto just randomly takes one of the fridge, just spams him on one of them
Right.
on the fucking head. And I'm like, wow, okay.
I mean,
And I'm like, I respect it. Don't let them use the special moves, but I was just like, damn, we don't get to see more of them. They're just fodder material. Like they look like it could be something interesting. And it's just like literally said, like Kwai said, it's rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. I
Right.
mean, at least early on.
Yeah, early on, it's just like villain of the week kind of thing, and then also like introducing. Because I mean, the cast is pretty big, so it's like introducing like who's gonna be like, obviously the main cast, but then also like the order and other like members, like the like the main antagonist or the major antagonist, not like these one-off like villains that they had for like however many episodes, right?
Yeah.
So like initially I anticipated like, yeah, probably people weren't going to like, maybe grasp onto it too hard, but I feel like as it goes along, at least for me, like it did get better in that aspect. But yeah, like I mean, in terms of like the characters, but yeah, I mean the big thing with the source material was like the action and how it was like I said before, like how it was portrayed, and I feel like I don't know, it needs a production. Like I know Kawhi, you said like the production was fine, but like for a series like this, like fine is not good enough. I'm sorry, but it's not. Like it needs a higher production value. And like I said, I don't think it's a bad production. I just think for what this series needs, it's just I don't know, it just doesn't really work. It doesn't really pan out, but yeah.
I mean, I guess admittedly, I think that's mostly just me. Like, I mean, because I've watched seasonal anime for a long time. I've seen much worse like shows.
Oh,
shows
yeah.
much worse production quality. So I've kind of like,
Oh, by all
I really
means.
don't like to like, I really don't like to judge a show like just by the animation. Like, because
Mhm.
I know there's more to an anime than just that. So I think that's kind of where most of my gripes come from. But I could see why you guys, would. I could see why you would think that. But yeah, going back to my thoughts, yeah. Also the humor. The humor just does not work for me like most of the time. Like, yeah, there are a
It
couple
gets really
moments.
boring, to be honest.
Yeah,
It gets just.
I could care
really
less
boring
about
and
the. I
childish.
could care less about the comedy.
Yeah,
It
I
just
mean,
falls. It's just so. It's not even more like annoying. It's more like so stale. Like I'm trying to find out where's the part I'm supposed to laugh. I
right,
missed the part where I'm
exactly.
supposed to laugh.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
there's some like slapstick when it comes to, like Sakamoto, like just doing ridiculous shit and like kicking the
I
bad
think
guy's
I
ass
think
in
the
ridiculous
part
ways.
that got me giggling sometimes is when Sakamoto kills Shin in the head in his mind. That's about it. That's about the
Eh,
most time I laughed. I giggled. That's about it, to be honest.
hmm.
But every to be honest, the comedy, yeah, like what Kawaii said, I think like it gets a bit too not repetitive, but just it doesn't really deliver that comedy value. If you as the season progresses, like when you want to deliver comedy, it's very hard. To be honest, comedy is very subjective. To be honest,
Right.
but you know what really get us laughing is that when they do something that very giggly and stuff, nothing too cringe. Like when they do the whole casino thing, I was like, really, casino? And
Hmm.
when the antagonist decided to be very goofy, I was like, you're just being very forced here, man. So yeah, it just doesn't really hit the same, to be honest.
Yeah. And just so also, I don't really like how for like a hitman criminal underworld type show, it doesn't really take itself like too seriously a lot of times. I feel like, I mean, because I feel like if you watch a show like this, like that really is all about like hitman and like the criminal underworld and organized crime. Like you want like you're expecting like a lot of like like nuance or like a lot of like like world building when it comes to that type of life or like when it comes to those types of characters. But we don't kind of get that. We don't really get that in Sakamoto Days. It's really there's just so many gimmicks, and like one of the rare times where it does take itself seriously, it just doesn't land either because other shows have done it like better. And I remember like there's some like there's one scene I just feel like is entirely unnecessary, and the scene I'm talking about is the bathhouse scene. Like, why did I even need to be adapted? That was basically just filler. Like, I feel like I just wasted my time with that whole shit. With the like, I don't even know. Like it just like it literally ends like it begins with the bathhouse owner trying to kill Sakamoto, and at the end he is like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna quit being a hitman now," and I'm like, why do we need to see that? Um. So yeah. Also, yeah. Going back to the casino scene, Matt, I mentioned earlier, I feel like that's wasted opportunity because I was like because when it was revealed that it was a challenge where Sakamoto like that didn't rely on brute force, I'm like, okay, this may be an opportunity for Sakamoto to actually use his wits and not his brute strength. But nope, the man was just cheating most of the time. When it came to these games, so I'm like, well, there goes that, I guess. Um, so yeah, other than that, Sakamoto Days, yeah, I'm not. I'm just really not into this right now. Like, okay, maybe if there's a season 2, like if it's really that much better according to source material readers, maybe I'll continue. Maybe I'll watch that. But yeah, as it stands right now, like honestly, I don't think I even like the source material for Sakamoto Days. I think my criticisms are with the series in general, not just the animation. I don't think even if this show had like Kyo Annie or like Makoto Shinkai levels of animation or like Ufotable levels of animation, I still wouldn't. My opinion still probably wouldn't change. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. But yeah, other than that, I think we are done with our thoughts on Sakamoto Days, so I think we're ready to move on now. So, next up on the list is Apothecary Diaries Season 2.
Uh,
I feel like
I
the
think
end of the first core The end of the first core, it's been kind of heating up, right? I feel like initially in this core, in the first core, it wasn't really. At least I feel like honestly, season 1 was kind of similar.
Yeah,
It was
that's
the
how
second.
season one usually.
Yeah, I think it was the
really start
second
out.
half. The second half of season 1 is where I really like was getting like into this series like of Apothecary, and I feel like this second season kind of started off the same way, and then like I think it was really like. Well, that the episode with the Empress Dowager, that episode was really good. I really like that was one of the standout episodes of this first core of this season. But then like what we've had lately, like the past 2-3 episodes or so, I'm like, okay, this is the Apothecary that I like, that I like kind of know and love. Like I was enjoying the stuff prior. Don't get me wrong. In this first season, I just feel like it hadn't really like hit its stride yet for this
It
season. But I
needs
feel
that.
like
It needs that really good punch from episode 19 of season 1.
yeah.
It really needs that.
Mhm.
It's gonna get there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I mean, the direction that it's trending with, like, how the first core left off, I'm just like, okay, like, now I feel like this second half of this season is gonna, like, be hitting. But, like, the first core, like, wasn't, like, peak Apothecary. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like it was, like, the best of the series or anything like that. But there were some standout episodes, like I said, how the first core left off, and then the episode with, like, the Empress Dowager, like, that episode I really... Like, that was probably my favorite episode of this first core, honestly. So I don't have much to say. I know everybody's probably gonna mention or talk about the frog scene. That was like, that was talked about literally from the beginning of this season.
To be honest,
like,
I think the frog scene itself got Twitter trending for 12 hours. The first time in the winter season for Apothecary Diary. Every time I see Apothecary Diary's like talking point on Twitter, it just lasted like 4 hours and then disappeared. No, the frog scene lasted for 12 hours. So you can already tell there's so much hype for this. It's 2 episodes already. So I mean, not gonna lie though, it's good that people like talking about Apothecary Diary. It's just that just one scene. Just one scene.
Yeah, but my issue that comes with this, and from what I've heard with Apothecary in terms of like the romance, right? Which I think the series could just do without romance in general, and I would be totally fine with it.
Oh, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but like, because I think the romance is like a sub sort of thing.
It's more like
But people, from what I've heard, it's like a slow burn.
It's more like a little extra. It's like a bonus event.
Yeah, exactly. But like that's my thing is like with the frog scene, I'm just like, or like I don't know, they bait a lot with Apothecary with the romance, and like I feel like it's more so from Mao, because you can tell how Jinshi feels. Like he's pretty telling on how he feels about Mao Mao, or that there's something there, right? With Mao Mao, it's just like it's pretty one-sided right now. It feels like so that's like a lot of these scenes, nothing comes out of it. So that's just like I'm kind of like that's one thing where I know people ship them and all that, but it's just like the baiting is just like.
I think this is just my interpretation of things. I think it was within the last week's episode itself. Like Mama herself is just like the way she is brought up. She doesn't know. She at least brings up a pretty nice point of why she isn't like particularly aware.
I did like that how that was. I like how they had that in the episode.
What do you mean you didn't like the part they did?
No, I'm saying I did like that. I like that they had. Got that insight on her character.
Yeah, because like that's why she can't read room. That's why she's not familiar with how Jinchi feels or even detects it. But at the same time, for me, that frog scene goes all the way back to what she might have been suspecting for since very early on about Jinxing, and why this romance is kind of where it is, because the whole drill. There'll be trouble. There'll be hell break loose if a relationship between an Apothecary and one of royal blood to have this sort of relationship in like an intimate one. So Mom was trying to diverge away from it. Now she hasn't confirmed to herself. She doesn't feel confirmed about him being of royal blood, but it was something she's been suspecting ever since that. Especially since episode 19 when she was like, "Why is Jinshin doing here?" And it was something that she doesn't want to. She wants to convince herself she doesn't want to know about it. She's trying to deny
she has
the
the
reality
pieces.
about it.
Like she has her conclusions,
it's
but
right there, but she's
like, I really
accept
shouldn't.
it.
Yeah.
And when it came down to the frog, and she's like, "Oh, it's getting closer because he's not actually, he's just doing this all undercover." But I like how that relationship kind of plays out, because it's just like GC knew he kind of crossed the line trying to force her to find out. And she was just like,
I mean, the way
I can't. Yeah,
she was obviously trying to pull away, and he was like bringing her in. I'm just
he was frustrated. He is technically a young man, so it's understandable from being frustrated. And I like how they played it off. It's like, oh, you're still Jinshin to me, like which is assuring because like it wouldn't care if he's of the Inuk or royal blood or whatnot. He will be him. Jinshin will be
Jinshin no matter what.
Jinshin.
Yeah.
That's what I liked about that. How their relationship is right now. That's that kind of dynamic I like.
Yeah. Yeah, I can just definitely tell though, like it's gonna be like, but even what I've heard from source material readers, it's like, in terms of that, the romance, like development, like it's a very, very slow burn. So
yeah,
strap in.
The series is slow burn in general.
Yeah,
so I can get some people not particularly fond of it because of that. But for me, who is more familiar with Chinese dramas and how they're kind of like that in one way or another, it works for me. So so for me, that's kind of a plus for me on that part. All right. Anything else? I think I wonder.
Madla, do you have anything for Apothecary?
Yeah. No, not really. I just watch it just enjoy some Mama greatness. To be honest, I don't want to really read too much into the context of Apothecary because like I just don't know. I just enjoy watching this. I'm just treating Apothecary like I'm watching a Chinese drama. So I mean, it makes sense though because it takes place in China, right?
Right.
So
it was based off China. It's based off China. It's not actually in China. It's more
they
like
didn't explicitly say China, but I mean, we all know it's what it's
in China.
Supposed to be. Yeah.
Dude, the names are in Chinese, so don't even try to lie to myself. To me. So anyways, I just enjoy watching this. I just treating this as a very late sit back show to enjoy some Mama greatness. I mean, the frog scene, I get it. It's very popular because of the development between Mama and Jinshi starting to be a bit more aggressive, I would say in this case. So yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm just like enjoying Apothecary for what it is, I guess in this case. Nothing really too much to say too much about Apothecary, but Core 2 though, for what I can see from the preview, I think this is where things get interesting now. So I'm hoping things really takes off now this season.
Yeah, for me, I have to agree. Like, it's not as good as season 1. At least, so far, of course, there's still the Core 2, which is airing. I believe the first episode aired today as of the time we're recording this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I still need to get on that. But yeah, so far, not as good as season 2. Although we did have a couple of great moments, like, of course, the last 2 episodes. Also, that whole thing surrounding Concert Li Hua and how she was about to punch her cousin. That was a great scene as well.
I like that. Oh Lord, I love that scene.
Yeah, that scene. Yeah,
I love that scene.
Yeah.
I love that scene. I reminding me.
That's fine.
But yeah, other than that, nothing really hit.
Because last time, like she was too sick to deal out the punishment, so Mama basically did it for her last season.
Right.
Now it's Lewa just getting it in, right? That was really satisfying. I kind of like how that plays out. That plays out.
One thing that did confuse me though is that during the last episode, last two episodes were all about Jichi trying to tell Mama something, but from the way the last episode played out, it wasn't admittedly clear, at least to me, what exactly that secret was. However, it was revealed.
I think it was about who he is.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm wondering. Because it was also revealed.
Yeah, I think it was about that.
It was also revealed that Jinshi, despite being a eunuch, still has his equipment.
Well, he's a eunuch. He's a eunuch. He's not really a eunuch, but he's doing it undercover. We know that he's of royal blood, but where exactly does he fit in the royal family? Is he like the prince, or is he like one of the prince, or
I can
is
see
he
him
like
being a
someone
prince,
else?
though.
I mean, I'm pretty sure like it all points to him being the prince. Being a prince, but it hasn't been outright confirmed yet. But I mean, you can make the strong implication that he is for the moment. I mean, I could be wrong. He could just be something else, but who knows?
Yeah, there's still a lot about Jinchi that we still don't know. Like during the end of the last episode.
Yeah, it's funny because. For as long as we've gotten familiar with him, there's still a lot about him. We know a lot more about Mom, like tons and tons about Momo, a lot more. But Jinshi is still it still has a lot of there's still a lot of question marks. There's still a lot of undisclosed context about him, and so it just kind of makes this sort of character introspection a lot more interesting, especially when we get stuff from Jinshi's perspective, and we're just like, well, how does he fit into all of this? Why is he thinking the way he's thinking about a certain situation, or Mama in particular right now?
I mean, hell, during the end of the last episode, it was revealed that Gaoshin, he called him by a different name. It was Kai something. So Jinji probably isn't even his real name. It could be that. But who knows? So yeah, that's kind of the part I was confused on. But yeah, other than that, Apothecary Diaries, like I said, not as good as season 1, but it's still very enjoyable so far. And yeah, it definitely seems like season 2, that's when, not season 2, core 2, that's when things might ramp up. But yeah, other than that, I think we can move on now. Next up on the list is Dr. Stone Science Future, aka Dr. Stone season 4.
Wow. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm still surprised Dr. Stone is still popular to this day, because the manga finished 2-3 years ago already.
Really?
So yeah, the manga finished quite a long time already. And
that's insane.
I know. So, and people are still excited for Dr. Stone. Well, I can see why though, because this whole science war thing is the battle between Japan and America. Even though most of the characters speak Japanese, but let's just say the battle between two smart person, Dr. Zeno and Dr. Stone. And it's all about the mind games. Most of the time throughout the season, we see how they try to one up each other, trying to use Gen as a spy, and then use Stanley as a person that plays some mind games against them by attacking them heads on using machine guns. So American-like, dude. For the first time, we see gun being made in anime. So, in Dr. Stone, my bad. In Dr. Stone, first time we see guns, man. Guns. Typical America, isn't it? So,
yep.
But yeah, I need to say, Dr. Stone this season is about how much they one up each other. So, Dr. Senku play his part in the chess piece, and then Zeno play his part in the chess piece. But the biggest talking point is who won this chess battle? Because remember episode 10 was it that Stanley checkmated the whole ship crew, while Senku team checkmated Zeno Well, to be honest though, the biggest checkpoint for Dr. Zeno was when Stanley injured Senku, and Senku was literally in a very fatal situation until one of the Dr. Zeno's doctor apparently decided to patch him up and confess her feelings to him. That was so random. So let's just say that scene itself was one of the most interesting part of the season. But the most interesting part of the season is the fact that Senku managed to capture Dr. Zeno now, and now they're on the run, literally, to go to South America now, where it all started. So that is going to be an interesting core too. But the way that core one I see is that it really builds up the battle between Stanley. I think Stanley is going to be like the biggest antagonist that Team Senku will be facing, because remember, Stanley is a trained soldier. He's a military man. Those antagonists that Senku fought in the previous seasons are just people that are quite good at fighting during the school days or during like their gang days or wherever. But Stanley himself, he is a trained up soldier, and he's coming after them now because they captured Dr. Zeno. So I'm excited for Core 2 for that purpose, but Core 1 really show the fact that in the whole Dr. Stone world, there is not one smart person alive. There's two smart person alive, and whether Zeno and Senku will work together to fix this whole stone world, well, we will find out in Core 2. But yeah, Dr. Zeno, he is very egotistical man. Not gonna lie, you can tell straight on that he only cares about his own intellectual intelligence, that he thinks he's better than everyone. And Senku being in the picture, not only the fact that he was happy that Senku's alive, but he's also disappointed that he has to compete against Senku now for who can one up each other in the whole mind battle. So yeah, Dr. Stone science battle, science war. Now I can see the appeal of it, because when season 3 finished, not gonna lie to you guys, I actually lost interest in Dr. Stone, because the whole purpose of them traveling to the new world was like, okay, so you guys decide to venture out of Japan now to search for a way to save this stone world. Sure, could you guys at least figure something out to how to mass produce the liquid to unfreeze everyone? But Senku needs to find the source of the power to really understand how it works. So now we see them in America, and now they're running to South America. So they're literally traveling around the world now, Mr. Worldwide. So but yeah, I gotta say, Dr. Stone this season was a very enjoyable watch, but really explore the world of how two big minds like how they react to the fact that they are not the only one, and how they battle it out to like really get one up each other in this whole science war. But now we can see the fact that Senku, well, technically Senku team won. So yeah, let's just see how Core 2 goes. Which, not gonna lie to you guys, Core 2 in the summer season, man, summer season is gonna kill me, man.
It's gonna be overshadowed.
Oh my god.
But
not that think about it.
Summer is ridiculous.
Not that I really think about it. Core 2 of Sakamoto Days, Core 2 of Dr. Stone's Science War, all of it is in summer season, alongside with all the big guns coming out too. Like,
I think Core 2 of Hanako-kun Season 2 is also going to come out.
That too. Jesus Christ.
I enjoyed this season of Dr. Stone. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like usually I feel around the same for each like insert of Dr. Like, I think the one season I wasn't as big on, I forget which one it was. It might have been season 2. But yeah, I mean, this season was solid. Obviously, with like Zeno's introduction and then the characters that are with him. Zeno being Senku's like a mentor in a way. And just like I thought it was really cool, like the aerial fighting and this like even like the submarine, just like things like that. Obviously, the new things that they've built, and as always with Dr. Stone, I feel like they're always like advancing and things like that. But yeah, now it's going to be interesting, the second core, where they're going to, I think they said it's like, yeah, where everything started. It's like the epicenter of everything. So yeah, I'm curious to see how the second core is going to play out. But yeah, I mean, this season, I feel like I don't have a lot to say. this first core of the season. It was just kind of solid. It's just good old like Dr. Stone, in my opinion. Like I feel like it's not gonna blow you away really, but I feel like I usually have a good time with it. Like it's always just like solid to me. It's just like a solid watch more often than not. So yeah, there's been some dips and there has been some high moments, but I feel like it ends up always being just something that I find pretty just just solid. So yeah, that would be. I don't really have much to say for core one.
And Ryu, did you watch this?
Yeah, I did. I don't really have much to say about it. Like, it's kind of the typical Doctor Stone, but like, it's more to the point where I just felt like because whatever sort of charm for me just kind of it was left all the way back in this season one, and for me it's just kind of just going through the motions. I'm not saying like I'm not saying is anything particularly wrong. It's just kind of like how the story goes, and then it's just like while there's enough interest for me to follow where it goes, it's not enough for me to where like I'm as invested as I was, nearly as I was back when I first got into Doctor Stone. So yeah, that's just kind of my status on that at the moment.
Gotcha. And I'm not watching this, so with that, I think we can move on now. Next up on the list is another show that I am not watching. 100 Girlfriends Season 2.
I wasn't into this season as much as I wasn't into the season as much. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm kind of just one of the minority that isn't really too kind of where the humor just kind of the humor and the charm of it just kind of wore thin for me. There are some really fun moments, but there isn't much more than that. It's just kind of like, well, whatever. It's kind of like, oh, whatever. It's just kind of there for me. Like every now and then there was be a nice reference joke here and there. But like I can't feel as psyched up for it as these guys on Twitter apparently are. I kind of feel bad because like I can't say much about it myself. I'm like even early on back in season one, I wasn't really that crazy about it either. It's just kind of there for me, and I felt like maybe for me, I feel like it's an issue with how this harem structure is, because this guy is Rito is trying to. It has to go on this quest to find 100 girlfriends. I'm just like, yeah, that's where things are like, go awry for me. Because like, where's the end? Because the end goal, there is an end goal, but it's like, are we ever gonna get to that end goal? Like, even when you don't account for the anime, like, because you gotta have to hire like 100 fucking voice actors or something, and like if it ever reaches that point. So it's just like, and here's the thing with voice actors, like you can't just sell it up. Like in Precure movies, I've watched a few of them. There are some of them that don't get voiced roles. That in some of the Cure members don't get voiced roles because because the fucking featured cast is too vast. Some people they just don't have roles because the voice actors are just not available. They just don't have the time to fill in for that, to have lines. So only some certain characters will have lines in that regard. So I think about that, and then I think about the situation where they're gonna have like when they reach about like what 30 or 40, 50. I'm just like, how are they gonna do this? How's that gonna work? This also is a problematic for the narrative itself, because like there's too many to handle. Like I just can't see it feasibly. Like maybe the author is gonna be able to somehow magically tie this all together and make it work. But so far, it's just spread so thin for me. And like, yeah, it's cool to have a good array of a large array of characters, but not in a way like this, because it's just like they're all just pretty much his harem. And I'm not saying they're just characters. It's just like there's way too many there's way too many to pay attention to. There's way too many to account for. It's just too much to handle. And I think because of that, the comedy also suffers too, in an aspect. Like the meta references are cool and all, but that's all about it's really going for it. And like the jokes can get pretty stale if at times. So that's the main gripe I have at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like for me, it's kind of like a mixed bag. Yeah, like the jokes, the comedy's pretty hit or miss. Even like I feel like sometimes it's a bit repetitive too. Like I think there was like that one episode in the season where like Rentaro was just kissing like each of the girls and they were having like an orgasm. I was just like, and it was literally like 10 to 15 minutes straight of just that, and I'm just like, okay, like. They stretched that out way too long, but like there's like another episode.
Apparently, it's supposed to be. Apparently, it was even long. It was a lot worse in the manga.
Jeez, but yeah, I mean there are episodes like that, but then there's like also like I don't know. They'll surprisingly hit you with like some pretty like heartwarming stuff sometimes as well. Like I think of like the content with the with May the maid or whatever. I feel like yeah, I feel like that stuff was pretty like heartwarming, especially like the past with her and like Haruhi and stuff like that. So it's kind of a mixed bag. I feel like there are episodes that hit, the references help it as well that they make. But also there's just times where I'm just like, it's like pretty repetitive, or just like the jokes, the comedy isn't landing. So yeah, I would say I enjoyed this season still, but like it's not a series I'm necessarily, even going back to season 1, it's a series I'm not necessarily like crazy about. So yeah, also I should say, because I know people were kind of like worried about the one panel or the one thing.
The iconic like wall of text.
Yeah, the wall of text, which they threw that in at the very end. Yeah.
That one.
They threw that in at the very end, so that was something.
That was.
And dude, like, who actually sat there and read through? Like, did y'all pause and like read everything on the thing? Because I did not.
So apparently the guy read it in normal speed. The anime just sped it up for the TV broadcast. Apparently they're gonna play the normal speed in the Blu-ray, and I'm just oh great, let's see how that goes. I was just literally just. I'm just like, I'm not gonna go to watch the Blu-ray, but when that comes out, I just want to ask somebody to clip that part. I want to hear it for myself. I was like, to see what kind of.
That's gonna be like a whole anime episode. It's gonna be like 24 minutes long, like literally.
What I'm wondering is how much time it took the author to come up with that much stuff to write, like in just one panel.
Credits to. How do you keep your sanity intact trying to read all of this? This whole you come into.
I was not reading. You couldn't even read the subtitles. It was moving so fast. But like even the wall of text that they had, like, because I think they translated like the whole like wall of text. I was like, I'm not even reading that.
I read all that.
Just imagine you're the voice actor, and you see. Who's my man here? Like he comes in, like
he comes in, he
comes into the
script. You want me to read what?
He just like he comes in. The director presents him a long this long list that drops all the way to his feet. And you're like, you're telling me to read all this?
Man, I better get a raise for this.
It's like, oh, you better pay me like triple after this. That's
okay.
What it is.
Madlad, go. You want to share your thoughts?
Oh man.
Usually people, when people see me talk about this sort of harem show, because people know that I love my harem series, but season 1 was fine. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed some of the interesting development for individual girls. But this season, though, I don't know. I just feel like the new 4 girls being introduced, there were their background development to how Rentaro go about to help them with the issues, but I don't know. I just don't. The new girls being introduced, except for the maid, exclude the maid. Yeah, Kurumi, Utsukushi. I can't remember her name is Utsukushi. What's the third one? Who's the third girl again?
The baseball girl, right?
The baseball girl. Not gonna lie,
Yeah.
the baseball girl was interesting. I liked her arc, but the new girls, Utsukushi Senpai and Kurumi, no, sorry, I just don't feel attached to them whatsoever. Like, I don't know. I think the season 1 girls pretty much solidified their stance already in the harem. They don't like all the new girls being added in doesn't really have that sort of same impact. If you know what I mean, like you don't really see them as being like one of the more main girls in the Rentaro harem compared to the new girls we introduced. So that's why I don't really feel attached to most of the girls in season 2. Well, to be honest, I feel like the baseball girl was just there.
I
just
only-
for the gimmick.
I only really like Shizuka. That's about it. That's
But yeah,
about
I feel like the Massachusetts girl was just there for the gimmick, to be honest. But yeah, season 2, in my opinion, was the weakest season, easily one of the weakest season. Like, there's no impact from the girl arc whatsoever. Like the girl, once the arc is done, I already moved on from it already. And it doesn't really have this sort of like lasting impact. Like you just say, oh, the girl's already joined the harem. Fantastic. Now what? So yeah, I just don't really feel like season 2 was that impactful, except for the last episode where we get that scene. Well, everyone was telling me that scene, iconic Rentaro speaking all those compliments line, is basically the highlight of the season. Okay, I get it. He complimented all the girls nonstop with all those dialogues. And so what now? So the girls fall in love even more. We're gonna get more girls joining a harem. We're gonna get like 3-4 more girls in season 3. Yeah, I mean the whole gimmick of Rentaro getting new girlfriend every season, every way he goes, it's just like it's starting to get a bit too obsolete, in my opinion. I understand the whole plot of the story is him getting new girls every 2 episodes, 3 episodes, but
there's gonna be some workaround of it. I feel like there's no way, right? There's no way it's actually just a separate girl like each time. Like they're gonna have like some filler ones in there or something. Like they have to. I feel like.
No, to be honest, I have not read the manga yet, but from what I've been told, we're on like the 30th girlfriend already or something.
Jesus
20th
Christ, no.
So
Good
that's
God.
what I've been told. So it's not even halfway yet. So I just don't know how much more would this like the thing. I'm very curious about this anime. How about this franchise in general? How much more personalities you're gonna add into the girl? Like you already conquered Tsundere, Oh yeah, we haven't got Yandere yet. Tsundere, Massachusetts girl. We got a Beijing girl, a strict girl, an emotionless girl, a eatery girl, a shy girl. Like there will be a point in the story where the author was like, "Shit, I already tackled all the personalities. What more can I add in?" Well, I'm looking forward to see a Yandere girl if they're gonna have one. But yeah, I gotta say, man, I just don't feel very excited for each new episode for Wonder Girlfriend this season. Especially like the girls doesn't really excite me as much, except for the Massachusetts girl. But yeah, I mean the panel, what you guys talk about, Rentaro was being the goat of the moment. He literally said all he needs to say to compliment them, make them happy, and just make them like cringed up, like literally like. I love that reaction, by the way. But yeah, like I don't know, just like this Wonder Girlfriend, like what Memory said, it just doesn't really feel impactful as the previous first season. So Yeah, I gotta say, season 2 is weak compared to season 1.
Mm.
In a nutshell.
And
Speaking about a season 2 being weaker than a season 1.
Wait,
What do we have?
hold on a minute. Hold
What do we
on a
have here?
minute.
What do we have here?
All right.
Oh!
Let me formally introduce this next anime. But yeah, for 100 Girlfriends, I have nothing else to say. I have nothing really to say about it other than I pretty much agree with what Ryu said about the show, which is why I haven't watched past season 1. But yeah, officially moving on to the next anime.
Let Kawaii cook. Let Kawaii cook.
Is the show that I actually am watching, it's a show that I actually am watching. Is My Happy Married season 2.
Kawaii cook.
Wait, hold on. You want me to cook first? Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
right.
cook first.
All right,
cook first
before
we dunk on you. Before we dunk on you.
Wait, you're dunking on me for this? Hold on.
I'm out.
I don't get.
Out of this.
Okay, I did not. I honestly did not expect this dynamic, but sure. Okay. First of all, I'm gonna begin this by saying that I actually did like season 2 quite a bit better than season 1. Of course, not to say season 1 was bad or anything like that, but however, I do think season 2 was really, really good. We got great character development for Mio. It is so nice that we see her going from the Saimori family slave to like basically risking life and limb to save Kyoka from the clutches of Naoto and his devious plans. So yeah, to see her, coming more and more out of her shell during this season was really entertaining to see. It was really nice to see. It really just goes to show that she has come a long way. And she's of course she's not perfect. I mean, she's still not perfect. She still has her flaws. She still needs to build up some more self-confidence. But she is taking strides. And it's great to see. Also, we got some great romantic development for between her and Kyoka. We finally get to see them kiss 1 or 2 times during season 2, so that was really great. And we also got some nice new characters as well, like Karuko, which I still love. I do wish that we could see more of her after she said goodbye to Mio. But it is what it is. Also Naoto, man. Let's talk about Naoto. Like that dude was he was quite the scumbag. But I think that just goes to show how great of a villain he was, because he's the type of villain that you just love to hate. Now, one interesting thing I did see regarding Naoto Usui is that during this 12th episode, spoiler alert, that's the episode where he dies. Now, I've seen quite a few people complaining about the way they handled Usui's death. I've seen people saying that he didn't deserve such an easy death. However, and I see where people are coming from, but for me, I don't have much of a problem with it. Because I think, honestly, I'm just glad that he's dead. I'm just satisfied that he's dead. Because the alternative would have been what Mio would have wanted, which is, she didn't want Arata or Usui to die. She was kind of a little bit, it seemed like she was kind of like on the, I want to save everyone, I don't want to see anyone getting hurt complex. Like, she wants to be the hero that, prevents everyone from dying. But however, it just wasn't going to turn out that way. So, honestly, if Naoto lived through season 2, I would have been quite pissed. But luckily, that's not the case. I mean, and I get why people are saying, he doesn't deserve to be reunited with Sumi in the afterlife and all that. But it could be, I think, for me at least, it's pretty clear that probably wasn't the real Sumi that he saw in his final moments. That was most likely maybe like a hallucination of Sumi, or like a symbolism that he will join Sumi in the afterlife. But he didn't actually. I don't think he actually saw Sumi's spirit or anything like that during his final moments. I don't think Sumi actually came from the afterlife to visit him and like whisk him away. So yeah. And let's see. Also, yeah, there's also Fuyu as well. She was a bitch during the first 3 episodes of season 2, but afterwards, it definitely seems like she's mellowed out and started acting like an actual mom. So like the one scene where she was combing Mio's hair, that was really great. So yeah, she got some great character development in that regard as well. But yeah, I don't think there's really any cons to it as well, other than Naoto was. I didn't like how OP Naoto was, because I still have a gripe with how he was able to manhandle like all these trained soldiers during, I think it was like episode 6, when he infiltrated the palace or the castle, or like I think the military base. So yeah, I don't agree with how powerful he was, like the way he was able to like manhandle Kyo and the other soldiers. But yeah, other than that, I don't really have any significant cons with season 2. But yeah, overall, My High Mary season 2, I really enjoyed it. And I'm really looking forward to what else the series has in store. If
one more episode.
Yeah.
One more episode.
There's one more episode. Yeah. I'm seeing that. I'm interested in seeing how it all ends, or how season 2 all ends, and what the future has in store for this series. If we get like a season 3 or whatever. But yeah, what do you guys think?
I'm not as big of a fan of this season compared to season 1. Honestly, I feel like first off, Arata, what they did with Arata's character is so stupid. Like, I would have rather seen him die than Naoshi. Honestly, I would have rather. After everything.
I didn't like how Arata's character, was being handled.
I just think the writing, like, I don't know, the writing around his characters is so stupid, especially after he put Mio through something like that again. Like, he did not deserve to get off. Like, he got shot, but I think he deserved worse than that, personally. Like, I mean, that was like before the last episode. I was like, or like what's been happening recently with Arata, I was like, okay, the only way I would be happy, the outcome I would be the happiest with out of this is that he has to die, or else like that's just bullshit writing in my opinion. And then look, he's gonna live, and after everything he's put Mio through, like again, putting her through something like this again, I just am not a fan of. So he was like one of the biggest negatives for me with this season. For sure. After it seemed like we were getting somewhere after this happened the first time, but like no. So was not a fan of the stuff with Arata at all. Also, I did like Karuko's introduction. I know Kawaii said that like it was kind of short-lived. I wish she would have, stuck around more. Because it was like 2 episodes or something like that. So like she was one of the like highlights I feel like of this season for me. It just with her and Mio and that dynamic they quickly like had. I really liked that, and that was something that didn't last long. So I was like, the parents of Kyoka did grow on me quite a bit as well. I think there were some nice. I think Kwai mentioned as well. Noted it. As it went along, like they kind of grew on me, and I did like the moments with them, and especially like the mother and her kind of dynamic with Mio. Also, another little gripe I have with Mio's character is that like I know we have saw development with her, and she's growing. She's not perfect, but like, I mean, she don't be telling them about these dreams she be having, and I know she did it in like the most recent episode, I believe, or the episode before. So I was like, yeah, I was like, where was this before? But she do not be telling them about the dreams that she be having. Like this is like earlier in the season. Like some of the visions that she was having and some of the dreams that she was having, she would not say a word. She was just keeping it to herself. And I feel like a lot of things could have been prevented, or action could have been taken to where they would have actually done something like in the most. If it was, it might not have been the most recent episode. It might have been the episode before when she saw what was going to happen with Naoshi and all that, and then she went straight to Kudo and told him what she saw. Like I was like, okay, where was this before? Because she's had dreams in the past where she just didn't say a word and kept it to herself. So that's kind of a issue I had with her character, in this season. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I just feel like I was not as big of a fan as in this season. I personally like the content with Naoshi and Sumi. Like I did like seeing more Sumi content, and like that. I get the backstory was like needed, but I don't know. I didn't really grasp too much onto like his character, really caring for him. Like yeah, he was intimidating. He made like for someone you would hate, which is what you want in a villain. But I don't know how they were trying to kind of, I guess, make you understand him more. Like how he kind of came up and just the kind of person he was, even from when he was a child. I mean, I don't know. I didn't really grasp onto his character too much, and then they had the backstory with them, and then they had an episode like a couple episodes ago where I feel like they rehashed like a lot of what we already knew with them. So I don't know. I feel like there were still some strong points in this season, like I mentioned with Karako, and then obviously more development with Mio and Kudo, and I found it absolutely hilarious too that she be getting all like, I don't know, the way she was getting about sleeping in the same bed with him and all that. But then she'll go like she has no issues sleeping with the familiar or whatever, just jumping right into bed with the familiar that like talks and looks just like him. Yeah, I'm just like okay. But yeah, I don't know. This season was a mixed bag for me. I really like season 1 a lot because of like I don't know. Kudo and Mio really made the whole first season. Like they're obviously what Mio had been through, and then Kudo coming in and just like their growth like together. I mean that was like the biggest thing, and I feel like I don't know. I feel like I don't want to say that went to like the back burner in this season, but I don't know. I feel like it wasn't at its strongest here. I feel like what makes this series most enjoyable for me was not really present, I guess, here in the second season. I don't know. But like I'm not saying it was a bad season or it's been a bad season. I just don't feel as strongly about it as I did with season 1. So yeah, that would be my thoughts.
Well, this season of My Happy Marriage, I was actually hoping that we spend at least like 70% of the season tackling Kyoka's side of the family. Well, we got that for the first 3 episodes. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed that, but I was hoping that Mio will struggle a bit more with Kyoka family to truly see how she really trying to entertain Kyoka's side of the family, because we already tackled the Saimori part last season. So now I want to see Kyoka's family to be dealt with before the official marriage is to be taking place. But Mio just being one of the dote of the moment, just show the mom that I can do what you think I cannot do, housework. So seeing Mio absolutely scroll through that moment of this early part of the season was amazing. And of course, the development between her and Kyoka really flourished a lot more this season too. But it's all about how they execute the whole cult arc, and the fact and what Memory said. I don't really need to repeat what he said, but Arata just irritates me, to be honest.
Yeah, now that you guys mention it, yeah, I will say that they could have done Arata a lot better. Like I didn't when he first betrayed our protagonist, like I didn't want to believe like he was gonna revert back to his villainous ways, but I mean I don't think he was.
The moment he shot Kyoka, I said, "Fuck this season." fuck this season, fuck this show.
I mean,
That is just lazy writing, making Kyoka vulnerable in that moment and confess. Dude, he confessed in that moment. I was like, oh my god, could you choose a better time to confess? Ay. Oh well. That, to be honest, I think it was episode 10 or was it 9?
yeah, I think it was.
That ruined it.
Yeah.
Ruined it for me, to be honest. Ruined the season for me, to be honest. But yeah, I gotta say the code arc, them dealing with that dickhead of a leader. Yeah, I mean the way they defeated him was just doesn't really feel impactful. I mean, Mew did the job in some ways, but it just but I just don't feel as impacted with his death than how I wanted him to die. I want him to suffer more, but
Yeah, yeah, that's what
Yeah.
people have been saying.
But yeah, I mean, to be honest, though, it's over now. So the final episode, I won't be surprised if they have a marriage ceremony. But going back to the season 2, like I don't know, like you can already tell that this season 2 doesn't have as much impact as season 1. Where you don't see a lot of people talking about it on the internet. I see a couple of people talking about it, and then it just fade away. But it's just like like the way they build up to the whole code arc and the Mew and Kyoka moment. It's just like. It's almost like this is one like please the fans. It's almost like the order said, yeah, I think I just might as well just get right into the typical rom-com situation. Just progress the relationship, have the code arc into it to make things spicier, and then once the code arc is done, then I think I can conclude the story. I just really feel like that is his approach to and it close the chapter of the story. Like Arata, I mean, we already spoke our thoughts on Arata, but it's almost like he wants to make Arata a scapegoat just to make us like hate him. So it's just to just hate him, so that we just want him to seem like gone or something. Like it's almost like the fact that when Arata was like, well, helping them was supporting the government and stuff like that, I was like, he cannot be trusted. What happened last season? He cannot be trusted, and he just made him like getting that position. I was like, doesn't sit well with me, to be honest. So that's why I can say that I am definitely not a fan of this season 2 final segment of the season. Well, obviously the whole fight against the code was interesting, but we got one more episode now, and I wouldn't be surprised if we have a happy ending and just close up the season now.
An actual happy marriage.
Yeah, like I remember one of your tweets you said, "My happy marriage. This is more like my despair marriage." So
My survival marriage. Yeah.
my survival, dude. There's nothing happy about this marriage at all. Like this is a clickbait. This title is a fucking clickbait.
It's misleading as hell.
Yeah. Real.
I don't feel much from this either. Like, pretty much already mentioned about the issues I have. I'm like, I wasn't crazy about season 1. I'm not really that crazy about season 2 either. I feel like how the drama is handled, it feels very tacky at times. Like, especially with Arata, like you just mentioned before, I'm like, what the fuck are we doing with this guy's character? What the fuck are we doing with this guy's character? We're just contradicting. It was just contradicting his character every 4 goddamn minutes. He's on the damn screen, and it's in a way it's kind of adulterating Mio Kudo's Kyokota's Kudo's relationship. It doesn't need to pan out that way. We didn't need to go this far. I'm gonna be the guy to say I do not really like how the villain was handled here. I felt like Usui is one of his character, how he's in, his motives just baffle me. His backstory doesn't click with me as it doesn't, I'm not saying I didn't understand it. I'm just saying, like, I have a hard time getting behind it. And like, I'm not gonna say like, oh, he's totally inhuman. He's a total monster and all that. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a human side to him. But I felt like the way they went up to that point to feel like, oh, he's not all like, he wasn't like complete a complete villain. Like, there's some, there's some, there's like a lot of just trauma. There's a lot of trauma behind it. But I felt like they didn't handle it as well. They just made him feel like like this one. He just how he's depicted as an antagonist just felt so lopsided. I'm like, I don't like. By the time it tries to make me emphasize with him, I just stopped caring. I just couldn't get behind it, and then that also made me not really care much about how he goes out either. And yeah, it just felt like a very unsatisfactory way to just kind of end that sort of conflict for me. And not like I'm not saying I could figure out another way, but I just that way just didn't feel like the way to go with it. I mean, I feel like, and if it's kind of funny how he's somehow like the strongest guy, even though it's not. And like there was no hint. There was no way to build up to that. Like, you just have all these guys. Like, we've already established. It was a previous established that Kudo was one of the strongest ones, and then you just have this guy just somehow easily overpowering him, and because of a lot of this. I don't know if if there was something missed from the light novel that explains why he's that particularly strong, or if I just forgot something within the season itself. But it just doesn't sit well with me with that sort of power scaling. Now that may be a nitpick, but that in particular didn't sit well. I'm like, okay, there's something wrong. There's something wrong here. Arata gets a pass because he at least he kind of played dirty in season 1. That I can kind of get behind. But with Usui, I'm like, where the fuck did this guy come from? Sort of deal. That's how it felt to me. And so, yeah.
Cool.
And that's just kind of all I have to really say about the season. It's kind of frustrating for me, if anything.
Yeah, now I think about it, I think I would put Arata as one of my cons for season 2. He pretty much became the character that I was hoping that he wouldn't become. Because it really did seem like during at least the first half of season 2, like he was on his way to have his redemption arc. But then the betrayal came.
He has no redemption. He'll never have a redemption.
And then the betrayal came, and then they just kind of shit all over. It just kind of shit all over the potential that Arata had and could have had as a character. Like they could have made him.
Could have done much better. Like,
yeah,
it felt like I felt like he could have had his own agenda, but it felt like the plot just kind of forced him wherever hands, whether he be like someone fight on the good side, the bad side, betrayal, and whatnot. I don't like how the plot trying to forcefully orient him just for the sake of the conflict. And this is something this is an issue I usually have with these kind of setups. Like, why are you trying to force this reaction? Why are you trying to force this conflict doing this? It may work in a vacuum on paper, but the way you're doing this, no. It just, even if it's right, but from a sheer technical standpoint, it just doesn't sit well in terms of like how it will flow from each and every personal experience, unless if you want to see as everything so objective, which is impossible, by the way. There's going to be some individual source of enjoyment and whatnot. So you gotta really, like, I'm not saying you should have the audience just have the same, just not have a reaction, but you just can't, like, you just have to make it feel right. You don't have to, like,
you have to make it feel genuine and like earned.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And what Aruta did, it just felt every single thing about him when his actions just feel out of place. Like, every time I was screen, I'm just contemplating, like, why is he why does he just feel like he's on edge all the fucking time? Like it just doesn't sit well with me. Like it just felt like his character could switch up any time, any second, the author should have been able to wrote him a lot better given like where he stands in the family.
I mean, to be fair, Naoto could do that to a person. I mean, this dude, considering how powerful and how strong his ability is, and how menacing of a presence he could be.
Yeah, I get that. But in Naruto in general, like his character hasn't been written too well, to put it lightly.
Mm-hmm.
For Usui, like that's more of a personal gripe, because like the way I understand he was there from season 1, but the way they just kind of led up to him becoming the main antagonist, I don't know how to. I just feel like there wasn't a lot going for me in terms of how it played out. It played out for him as an antagonist, then to get him, and then how he was involved, and how the conflict was handled with him at the centerpiece.
Right.
It's like I can understand it's trying to jumpstart Meal Zone development. That was nice. That was pretty nice by itself. But for Usui, like I'm just like that's where I have my personal gripes with. That's just all I'm gonna say.
Mm-hmm. Well, one more episode. As of the time of recording this, there's still one more episode left in season 2. So I guess we'll just have to see how it all ends for the season. But yeah, other than that, I think we can move on now. Next up on the list, do any of you guys want to talk about this show? Because the next one
garbage.
is I'm getting married to a girl I hate my class. Okay, well let's move on.
Oh no! It's absolutely
one of the worst tsunderes I've ever seen, bro.
Dude,
I get it. I get
the amount of time you said "I die, Kira, I die." Dude, I really want to choke her out.
Did you see my comment? Or at least I felt like my ears are gonna bleed out. Just every time they scream it, I'm like, "Are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious?" And I also really dislike Kuroka Medaka, which says a lot. But I kind of hate this more.
Oh, I hate this more for sure.
This is just trash, to be honest.
Like one of the worst tsunderes. I get the tsundere trope. I get it, but like she's one of the worst.
Light novel shoulders. Please shut up. It doesn't get. I checked it myself just out of curiosity, and no, it's not getting better.
Oh my
Dude,
god!
You know what's funny? You know what makes me want to oh my god, you fucking cringe up is when she said, "I love him since middle school, but I had to be a tsundere to get his attention."
No! Oh my god!
No, when the series left off with her saying that she hates him so much, I'm just like, okay, bro, like this is just garbage.
Okay.
Like how did I sit through this for a whole season?
She's doing all this just to get his attention. I was like, you can't be serious.
I would have just dropped it on the first episode if I had a chance. But I was like, nah, I gotta see this. I'm like, nah, I gotta see this too. Man. I just gotta put some ear mufflers.
You know what makes me even more irritated is throughout the season you can see they are starting to grow closer and closer, and then she's out of nowhere. Daikirai.
Yeah, they take steps. It's like they take a couple steps forward, and it's just like double that back.
This is the worst. This is like the worst stereotypical representation of a tsundere. Like
exactly,
it's the epitome. It's like one of the worst ways, and like it's so tiring considering how generally there's a pretty not so good reception of the tsundere archetype, and this just doesn't help at all. I'm actually surprised it got this. I'm actually surprised it has the sort of ratings it has. Like I'm pretty sure Japan might have it maybe higher, but yeah, this was not. Actually, it was low. It's actually pretty low in Japan from what I remember.
Oh shit, that's good. By the way, I just want the Gyro girl to win this war. This
She deserved it.
She deserved
I don't
it
even
more
I don't
than
even
her.
blame her. Like no, like people were like kind of giving her shit because of like how she was like acting. I'm just like, dude, the girl Akane
love.
could have literally she literally could have shut it down. She literally could have shut it down so easily if she was just honest with her friend and told her what it was. But she always kept the door open for Hamari to have a chance. So Hamari was like, "Okay, I'm gonna keep going. If you're not gonna stop me, if you're not gonna close the door on this,
I
I'm
love
just gonna."
that
And this is
aggression.
and this is
I
what I hate
love
about
that
and this is what I
aggression
hate
from her,
about this archetype. Like they just let the way they act just letting the other narrators have at it, and you're getting mad. Yeah, you're fucking leaving the door open. That's that's exactly why.
Right.
Like, are you kidding
That's why,
me?
like, this whole show is just trash because there's literally zero development whatsoever. Every time there's something happening, they go 2 step back. Again, something happening, 3 step back. Oh, just shut the fuck up. Just admit it. You love him. End the story already. Why do you have to keep going with it? Jeez.
You're gonna just the story could have just ended in one volume if she just says I love him.
Yeah,
That's
done.
where it
Easy. Easy, done. End this. Have a 1 volume story. Why not? Oh well. Either way, I if this is season 2,
I'm not saying there shouldn't be some struggle, but I'm like, you gotta really stop. You gotta really stop making this so rinse repeat. It's just like it's not fun anymore.
It's not funny anymore, to be honest. You can already see that those two already have a relationship, starting to show signs of interest for each other, but she just can't.
The thing
take
is,
that
this
step.
may somehow pass back in the day when it was when it wasn't like that, but nowadays, like,
Nope.
not done that.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Honestly,
I mean, this will definitely suit people that is like quite still immature in the age to watch this, but we're not at that age anymore. So
we actually know what good anime looks like. Yeah, I'm just surprised you guys gave this a chance. I knew from the title and the synopsis, I couldn't touch this series with a 10-foot pole.
how about the next one? Zenshu.
Yeah, let's move on to the next anime, which is Zenshu, another show that I'm not watching.
You guys have at it. There's something. I know I'm gonna have a lot, a bone.
To be honest, though, I'm more disappointed in this anime than phrasing it. Did you watch Did you watch the previous podcast? Because I'm staying true to what I said.
Oh, wasn't I? Okay.
Yeah, I literally said in the previous podcast that I was not a fan of this plot line. Like the whole, because when this anime was introduced, I think it was during the MAPPA stage show, was it, or was it like some stage show? I was hoping that we see MAPPA tackling production issues. that was literally the first episode vibe. I thought this could be the vibe of this anime, but no. They just don't have that type of self-awareness.
What's
the popular trope nowadays? Isekai.
I gotta pull up something.
What's the most popular trope in this day and age? Isekai. Oh, why not send her to the isekai world of her favorite anime for her to self-develop? Or should I say, find the true meaning of love and support?
Oh my god.
So
I gotta pull up some.
So whatever Ryu is putting up, I'm just gonna buy time for him. But yeah, let's just say as the season progresses, I just lost. I mean, of course, the first episode we get to see how Naoko uses her amazing drawing ability to save the day, save the world, save the scenario. But it's just, I don't know. I just don't really feel her development was anything impactful. Even though the episode 11 we see that she's trying to fight through her depression, her negativity, and on her mindset, and she was able to overcome it and able to go and save her Prince Charming. But the fact that how the last episode ended is just like no, fuck it. Mappa, I don't know what is your mind game, what's your game plan with this anime, but it is definitely not working for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best content probably came from like I did like the stuff with like Natsuko's like past and stuff, and like her like first love, and like kind of refining that, finding that passion again, or that spark from your past that like maybe you never really got to like go full in on. I do like that aspect. That was probably my favorite thing, honestly, with the series. But outside of that, I feel like I don't know, nothing very like. The characters aren't really memorable in my opinion. Like even like the whole concept of the show that they're even in, like the world of the show that they're in is like a trash show. Like that's what they say it is, but she particularly had a like for it. And I don't know, none of the characters I cared for. It was kind of episodic initially, like with the kind of like it was like the void of the week or whatever you'd want to say type deal. I did like some of the references that they had, like that Natsuko would draw in, like they had like a Gundam reference, and they had like things like that, which I think was cool. I think they could have done a lot more with it.
This is kind of crazy, like, because like outside of this group, like, and within the social circle, like I had on Anyways, like we've all kind of there's always everyone has just basically been praising this as like a masterpiece of sorts, and I'm like,
What?
I'm like, hold your horses, what?
Masterpiece of what?
Because of like the something of like rediscovering your own passion and all that stuff, and I'm like, y'all gotta figure out the basic schematics of the narrative itself before you start glazing it over with something like big themes and whatnot. Because that is the big issue. But remember, go ahead and finish. I got a whole bunch. I was just
right up. Like I just feel like there's not a lot that really like this isn't one like where I don't know, the characters just weren't memorable for me. I feel like the ending was bullshit with everyone dying and then everybody coming back, and
oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, it was not a fan of that, and also just her like continually like drawing Luke. When I'm like, okay, you could have drawn something way better for this situation. Like they were trying to like make it because this was her first love or whatever. Like this, whatever. I don't know, but the ending was pretty trash in my opinion. Like I said, I think the highlight for me was like. Of the season was like Natsuko's like her past and how she her first love was, right, and that her first like passion. I guess that was like the content that I kind of grasped onto the most, and outside of that, I feel like the characters in the actual world of the the story I was not big into, and just the plot I don't know, I wasn't really big on. I don't know. I don't want to say the series as a whole was like, I don't even know if I would say it's bad, but it's just, I don't know. It was very underwhelming. It was very underwhelming for me personally, from various aspects. I feel like production wise, visually wise, it was pretty nice, but
it was pretty glamorous, but
yeah.
All right. Well. Here's the thing.
Let real cook.
Boy.
Here we go.
Like, if you're gonna ask me what Zenshu's about, I'd be lost. What would it be all about? What does the creator want to tell us? What message do they want to tell us? What part of us does he want to instill in our memories? Because this whole thing with the whole rediscovery passion, that could be done better anywhere else. And everyone's gonna complain is like this because it's the anime original. They're gonna say it's just a one and done, like it's perfectly written, a masterpiece about self-discovery, finding passion, finding trust and love in others, applying your wish to reality, a timeless classic. It's like it's almost akin to the classic isekais from the 90s. Are you kidding me? Oh, like I don't even know where the fuck to start disagreeing. Okay, so let's say it's not. Let's say we just stop with the expectations of it trying to go into the anime industry or whatnot. Like, let's say that I'm gonna have to kind of read from script, like referencing some of the notes here. No, it's not. No, it's not good even without those expectations. Because when I'm looking at this, when she is isekai'd, where am I? And it's into this fast fantasy series, and I'm like, what exactly is supposed to be moving her here? Like I'm so confused about where the direction the story goes. Like it goes from episodic and I was trying to plot something. What priorities is it? Like I don't know. It feels just more like it feels more like more like an animation project for young animators. That's how it feels. So, and those are just usually just like very like shoestring sort of writing anyways. And the comedy is pretty bad. The episodic formula is just whatever. I mean, there's nice references to something like the Nausicaa movie and all and whatnot. And the romance with Natsuko and Luke, I wasn't having it.
I wasn't either.
I
wasn't either.
Like, what the fuck was that? That did not make any sense. I do not want to hear about this first love thing. This should have been more focused on her own passion for drawing, regardless of the hardships that will come with it. Where the fuck did Luke come into this shit? That just did not make sense. Like even if it's like but it's just kind of reminding of him. Then why even have it? Just have him be this tight friend or whatnot. Why does romance have to be the choice here? Because of the way it is, the way the comedy is, the way this romance prioritizing is, the way it's so formulaic and then it tries to build to some big conflict. How am I supposed to feel anything when it tries to go to these emotional climaxes when the voids are all striking, trying to kill off everyone? They get revived by Dragon Ball, like Dragon Ball style. Of course they would. I can't even take this seriously either. Like the stuff where I feel like I have to be serious about, I can't even be because it just feels laughable because like it just has me like, are you stupid and whatnot, and like the way, and because I feel like it's more. It tries to force a reaction out of the audience instead of something building up, like I've already mentioned with earlier with My Happy Marriage, and it's like Natsuko feels like Natsuko's piece feels like a waste, honestly, because where am I? In the end, I'm still like trying to figure out, and I don't think I'll ever figure it out. What was her motive? Where was her motivation supposed to develop here? What was her drive supposed to be here? What does it all mean for her in the end? Just a reminder or whatnot. So, and even if you can make heads and tails of it, the way it builds up to that point to make her have that sort of the eureka sort of moment, or that change with the way the plot went, I can't buy into it. It's just not worth it. It isn't worth it. Like, and like it's so ironic that I feel like Mama just intentionally sidetracked the whole opportunity to do the animation industry introspection with the bait and switch sort of deal. That's how I felt. That's what it also felt like. It could have told something more compelling if it tried to know what to do, and instead it just resorts to this isekai premise. I don't know why. Like, my thing is like, maybe let's take it to a point where, okay, maybe here's my idea. What if Zenshu was more like the fantasy that does pop up is more of an imagery. imagery,
Oh, I
and
like
Natsuko's
that
just
idea.
really, as she's trying to draw, as she's trying to say it, maybe she has these like, she has like a hallucination or personality that's just encouraging her to try to pull through. You don't need this isekai bit, by the way. You can just have the story go with that. You don't need to throw her into a damn fantasy world to try to make something make something out of it. Especially, I don't like this whole deal with like I also don't like the whole deal with like, because we can't fix this you can't change this trash story. You actually made it worse. What is that supposed to teach? It doesn't teach any. It's not really teaching anything. It doesn't have anything to actually teach about rediscovering your passion. That could have been done with a more alternative idea. I don't know why they decided to use that as a basis for it. It just leaves you so unsatisfactory, and that's why I'm still so baffled. Like, okay, I can get where it's the emotional side of things. Like, if you're really into that, like, I can see where people might get emotionally invested into maybe the romance, or maybe to like just the drama of all that. But I can't see why you would call this a masterpiece. Just say you really enjoyed it. It's not really. It's just gonna be one of these fleeting memories. These fleeting memories of a seasonal, and everyone's just gonna fucking forget it by the time summer comes around. I promise you that.
People already forgot about it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, spring season's already in full swing.
Okay. To be fair, I'm trying to give it the benefit of the doubt. Like, we'll probably stick with them for a few months. So I'm gonna be triggering a lot of Zetsu fans. Am I? Are there Zetsu fans anymore?
There's fans for this.
One of the 6 fans out there in the world.
I mean, it's somehow well received in Japan, but I'm pretty sure that's more of like, because Japan likes isekai bits, so nothing to really say about that, And I can understand, like, some people have their own interpretations.
I think this anime is more popular in Japan than outside of Japan. So
yeah, but I feel like it's more so because Japan kind of likes a lot of their isekai stuff. So it's not like a huge surprise, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Also, some of the episodes they reference some of the classic movies.
Oh yeah, that too. That's probably why.
Yeah.
Too. Like, maybe that's.
But to be honest though, it's kind of like the solo leveling thing. Solo leveling is more popular outside Japan, but this one is more popular inside Japan than outside of Japan. So yeah, I gotta say Zenshu.
Wait, would you say solo leveling is more popular outside Japan? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, even though
I misheard you there.
Yeah, I mean, solo leveling, even though it's kind of like popular in Japan in some ways, but it's nothing compared overseas. And this can be said for Zenshu, which is popular in Japan but not really much overseas. Because like every time I went on the topic of Zenshu, is all Japanese tweets. There's very few English tweets. So anyway, so yeah, Zenshu is over. Now Mappa is focused.
Yeah, I've said
Mappa is focusing on another anime original, which is coming out tomorrow. It's Lazarus or something. So
please don't fumble, please. I like Shinichiro Watanabe. Like that shit with Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, like if he knowing after what happened with the live action one, he's just like, nah. He better be like, nah. I'm taking the reels myself. No one's messing up with my shit. So hopefully it cooks.
Okay, let's just see Babada tomorrow. So next one is
next up on the list is the Guild Receptionist anime.
And I blame this anime for Ri Takahashi going through surgery right now.
That's true. Yeah, she's going.
She screamed. Oh yeah, she was screaming. Oh yeah, there's a lot of screaming.
There's a lot of screaming.
Man, get some throat spray, please.
Jesus Christ, the amount of screaming that she did for Alina in this season, in this anime, can't make sense to why she needs surgery. So, oh my god, I blame this anime, man. I fucking blame this anime for her surgery. But yeah, I mean, to be honest though, like what I said about this anime pretty much can be said for the majority of the plot of the story. We're just here for Alina being cute, and Mimi very, very cringy, and just
she's so annoying.
just seeing the best of Rie Takahashi giving her some of the most funny voices. Like there were a lot of funny voices being made by Rie Takahashi for Alina, and I love it, even though it damages her vocal cord. But
Oh,
yeah,
I thought you were
that's
talking
it.
about the Lulu girl. I was saying she was really annoying, the pink hair girl.
Oh yeah. Don't even get me started with
Yeah,
her.
she
Lulu-
was
But-
so.
Oh, we.
Yeah, she was so annoying, man. And then this series fell off a cliff for me, honestly.
Oh shit!
like,
It dropped off. It dropped
Oh,
off a
shit.
cliff for me at the start. Honestly, I
Damn.
really couldn't.
Okay, I at least
really
enjoyed
couldn't.
it at the start, but it quickly got like super like repetitive, and then like the villain, the final villain,
the
being
final
the
villain
Glenn guy,
sucked.
that was just a joke. It was just
That was
like,
what the hell was that?
yeah,
Dude,
it was
his
so
backstory
terrible.
is just so fucking cringe.
Why is
It
it
was
always? Why does it always have to be these whack ass backstories for these?
Oh
like,
no! I
villains?
lost my daughter. I lost my daughter.
And then it was like,
Are you like?
for
Are you
nothing.
kidding me?
From what I remember about your backstory with your daughter, you hated her. And
He
you
thought he
showed
was
no
gonna get
signs
that
of
shit on the
backstory
first
that you
try,
like
too.
her at all. Oh,
He thought he was gonna get it on the first try too. Like, what an idiot! And it was just so like selfish of him putting through the rest of the cast, but, like through that. But yeah, I don't know. It was. I enjoyed it a little bit at the beginning, not gonna lie, but like as it went along, I just quickly like lost interest. Like especially with
I only
Cloverworks-
watched this anime for
Cloverworks, you should
one
just
thing
give,
only.
you should have just given this.
Rie
To,
Takahashi.
Cloverworks should have just
Poison.
given this to Dean and called it a day. Why did they have
I
to do
would've-
Cloverworks?
yeah, I don't know.
I'm not
And
gonna.
then
I'm
they-
not gonna lie.
and-
I don't know. I don't know how it goes. I don't know how it goes.
The
in the
opening
anime
is
industry, but
the
yeah.
opening is good, very unique, and the ending is very catchy for some more TikTok dancing. So I have to give credit.
And then they had like this little like subplot with like they were hinting at like building up a romance and all that.
Dude,
but even
the
that,
only thing
even
I
that,
want to
didn't
see
happen.
You gotta
in
stop.
anime.
You gotta
The
stop.
only thing
you
I
gotta
want to
stop
see
with that.
happening in this series
If
is
you don't
that
have a good
Alina finally
dynamic, don't
confessed.
try it. Don't try
Yeah,
it.
I just want to see Alina and the fucking what's his name again?
Jade. Jade. Yeah.
Jade go out.
Yeah.
Like literally go out.
Yo,
Not
Jade
like
was
this.
all about it, but it was Alina.
Oh my god, Alina
her
just holding
excuse is
back.
that her excuse is her job, but that's not it.
Dude, the amount of time she
Don't
said,
even bother with it.
I do not want to work overtime. We get it. You have to keep on saying it. Man, why did you
She's like, go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very
overtime.
repetitive. It
Yeah,
got
overtime.
old.
Have you heard
Got
about
old.
graveyard shifts?
It got really old for me. So yeah, this one really forgettable.
Yeah, I just. Ooh,
I don't even really
Alright,
have
we
much
got-
to say.
And
But
it's because of
Just
this
move-
anime. Rie
just move on to-
Takahashi
just
had to
move
do
on to the
surgery.
next one.
Fuck off.
All right, next up on the list is an anime that I admittedly am not caught up on. Honey Lemon Soda.
I really want Anipo to be here because we want to cook him for it, but
Oh wait, you liked it. I remember that.
he liked it, and
Oh.
I did not like it at all. At all.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't want to hear. And I'm also
hearing.
hearing some of the views I have on Twitter talking positively about it, and I'm just like, what? This is the most like,
Dude,
like.
although I had to give
this is the most boilerplate shoujo thing ever.
this is not gonna lie. This shoujo theme. I don't dig it. I don't dig this shoujo theme. Although I had to give one credit for one episode, is the father episode. Even though I hated the father for how he overreacted it, but how the friend came about to support her, I will give that I give that episode a pass. Everything else,
The only episode I kinda liked is from a sheer technical aspect, and that was the episode 11 because apparently it felt like the way it was directed felt like it was directed.
they were
by
trying to go for a
Studio Chef.
Monogatari. They were going for a
That
Monogatari.
I can appreciate. That I
The
can
leading
appreciate.
up-
That's some
the
nice
lead up
stuff.
to the kiss?
That's some nice visual stuff there.
the
But
lead
that's
up to the
about it.
kiss.
That's about it. Everything
Yeah.
else was a bore fest.
Yeah, to be honest, episode 11 was fun, leading up to the kiss. So, I mean, to be honest, you're expecting something like this to happen to end the season, anyways. So, and not to mention the last episode got me doing this. Did he just confess in front of everyone? Did he literally just do that? Oh my
Yes,
god.
he did.
Oh my god. I was like this. You can't be serious now. That is so generic, cringe, and so overused. So I just say fuck it. If I mean, you know what's funny? There's a live action of this before the anime.
Oh,
The live action came out first before the anime. I was like,
Wow.
damn, is because to
Live
get
action is probably
to
better,
get
huh?
to get a live action adaptation in Japan, it must be very popular in Japan. So that says
Hold
this
on.
it says a lot.
Let me check something. I
It
don't.
it says a lot about how popular this is in Japan. I was like, how is this even well received? Because this is one of the most shittiest way of writing a shoujo series.
damn.
So
I feel like
I've
I don't
seen-
know, like Uka and Kai, like their dynamic was just like, especially Uka at the beginning, like, oh, even actually towards the end, but like through a lot of the series, just like her mental, like it's like literally mental gymnastics, like with her character. It's like very frustrating.
I know, right?
And then it's just like the classic, like, oh, the characters don't use their words and they just aren't honest with each other, which could prevent so many issues that you see in a lot of these series and the freaking drama and shit.
Do you know what?
Um,
After this series, I had to appreciate strong girls.
I mean,
I had to
Japan
really
kind of
appreciate strong girls.
Japan
after
kind of
watching
likes
this
kind of
anime.
likes it, I
Always
guess.
appreciate strong girls.
And just know,
Yeah.
like Uka's like dynamic with Kai is just like so like the way I think she literally said it, like, oh, like I don't know, it's like she's on a leash or something. I don't even know, but like she says that like she's literally like that Kai's like a father to her and stuff like that. I'm just like, yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. When she said that in one of the episodes, I was just like, okay, like the dynamic is very the dynamics is very weird to me. I don't know. I'm not.
That's the weirdest thing ever. That's
I've seen a lot of shoujo animes, and this one I don't understand the selling point of it. So, oh well.
And just Kai's like I don't know. A lot of Kai's like dialogue is just super cringe to me. Like a lot of his like
it's just super dull. It's just like the stereotype. It's just so stereotypical.
Like no girl is
he's
getting
just
rizzed
almost
up
like-
from some of the shit you say.
He's just almost like he's just almost like a Gary Stu at this point. The way he just kind of handles things.
But
I'm
hey,
like, are you
nothing
kidding
can ever
me?
beat Fruits Basket. Nothing can ever beat Fruits Basket. One of the best shoujo series of all time.
I mean, you're not. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. that's a.
Nothing can ever beat Fruits Basket. Anything trying to compete with Fruits Basket, yeah, good luck with that. So,
We can move on from this, please.
Okay. Well, actually, I'm still watching. I'm watching this. So, okay. Here's what I'll say about the show. I do like. Now, again, I'm not caught up with this, but from what I've seen, I do like how the class, like Uga's classmates, they were starting to slowly, like they were still starting to slowly give Uka more attention. I like how, she was starting to stand out more and more. She was starting to develop more friends and all that, and then people were starting to more and more people were starting to like her. So I do like that. And it did seem like we were getting some progress with we were getting some good development with Uka and Kai's relationship, so I do appreciate that. And it is nice to see Uka. I mean, it is nice to see her, getting more and more out of her shell. She's starting to. It is nice to see her open up more and more. So I do like the progress that we have on her character. However, I still do have some very prominent gripes when it comes to the show. First of all, I mentioned this during the previous podcast, but I still don't like how a large majority of the conflict in this series centers around bullying. It's like every fucking it's like almost every protagonist in this series is like a victim of bullying or is associated with bullying at some point. And I'm like, okay, this is just getting ridiculous. Okay, I get it. Bullying is a big problem in high schools and all that. But we don't need to be reminded of that, like, constantly, Like, there's plenty of other ways that you can develop, like, conflict and then, like, drama besides, just going straight to bullying. And second of all, and you guys mentioned, Kai's like dialogue and all that, and how he treats Ishimori. Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you guys there. I mean, I admire his intentions. Like I like how he's trying to get Uka out of her shell and all that. She's trying to make her open up more and more. And it's clear that he deeply cares about her. I get that, but the way he approaches the way he goes about it, like the shit
way it
he
comes
says,
across, yeah.
the shit he says to Uka, it's weird to say the least. Like it's like
dude, like
it's
the
an
one
interesting
episode where he
choice.
like the one episode where he was like making her like sound out her name, like that shit was so cringe.
Or like
He was like, ooh Uka, like you can do it. I was like, what the hell am I watching? What is dude doing right now?
And also the one video clip of him saying, "I'm Kai and I'm responsible for Ishimori," and that clip just plays out in front of the entire school. I'm like, okay. Out of all the things you could have said, you chose that. Like, okay, like why? And also one scene so far that really bugged me was the scene at the beach where Uka spots her bullies. Now, keep in mind, these were the same bullies that for the first three episodes, they made her life a living hell. Like that one girl, she sent her boyfriend over to basically harass and assault like Uka and all that. And so yeah, they basically made her life a living hell. And then once she spots them again at the beach, she runs up to them and tries to start a conversation with them. She was like, "How are you doing?" I'm like, "What are you doing? Who does that?" Like whatever intentions that she might have had during that moment, it could have been portrayed there was plenty of other ways that it could have been done better. Like there's plenty of other ways that could have been made a lot more sense than whatever the fuck that was. So yeah, other than that, like I'm also mentioned in the previous podcast, this show seems like, for a show called Honey Lemon Soda, it seems at times more lemon than it is honey. In other words, sometimes it just leaves a sour taste in my mouth. However, there are still some things that I enjoy about it, so I wouldn't say it's like the worst thing that I've watched in the winter season, but I was hoping that it could have been, I was hoping that it would have been better. So yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say about Honey Lemon Soda. So I think other than that, I think we can move on now. Next up on the list, oh boy, this is a show. Now this is a good romance show. I have a crush at work.
Y'all can talk about it more. I don't really have anything to say about it.
Oh man,
I enjoyed this one quite a bit, honestly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, especially for just so many of I don't know, we barely get ones like this. I feel like that pop up where it's just so understandable. I get it, why it's so oversaturated with the high school rom-coms and stuff like that, and all the tropes and whatever that come with that. But just something about the adult, working class and romance with adult, grown characters. I feel like it hits different. For me personally, I don't know. I think of Wotakoi and things like that. I just feel like, at least where I'm at now with my consumption of anime and stuff like that, I feel like I much prefer, at least when it comes to romance series, or adult characters, or at least characters even if they are in high school, that they actually use their words and talk and communicate and things of that nature, which we still do see in some high school rom-coms and stuff like that. But in a series like this, in I Have a Crush at Work, whenever they have a problem, whenever they have an issue, or they feel like something doesn't feel right, or miscommunication, usually it gets patched up and they use their words and communicate on what is actually, going on. So that's something I really did like about this series. I feel like with Yui and what's his name? Tateishi, I think his name is.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, their relationship was really cute, and just how they like push one another, and they're kind of like the support for one another. Like if one of them's having a bad day or one of them is struggling with something that's going on at work. It was more so Yui, I feel like, who would go to him about the issues that she was kind of having, but like he was there for her and vice versa. Like they were there for both each other, and just having that support system is important for like a relationship. So I really liked how that came across. And also, I liked a lot of the side cast in this as well. Like the like Somei and what was her name?
Hayakawa.
Yeah, Hayakawa. Like they were awesome. I loved the little romance with them as well that we now know is going on. Just it was funny because like. Well, both of the couples now know, but like initially it was like, okay, Somei saw them and Somei knew, but he didn't really, obviously he didn't say anything. He just kind of kept it under wraps. But then Masugu, he saw Somei and Hayakawa at the cafe or the diner wherever they were at, and then he knew, and they both just kind of like had something that they could kind of hold over each other, even though it wasn't really like that big of a deal for both of them, but like.
Right.
They ended up both finding out anyway, like both the couples. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of the side casts, like even some of the other girls in the office, I really did like, and I like the friends of Yui, and just it's tough being in the working class and all that, and having the good old 9 to 5. So like having someone. It can be stressful. So having someone, that's what it's all about. That's what a relationship should be, right? Like you should be able to have someone that you could, go to and just kind of rely on to be there for support after like a bad day of work or something's going on. And just I don't know. I really like their dynamic and just a lot of cute scenes. I think I like the scenes like even like when they do like the little recharge scene in the elevator, like something like that, like when they're holding hands or whatever, like. Stuff like that is really cute, and there were a lot of moments like that in this series. Like there was even some spicy time as well. You had some spicy time. The little vacation that they had was really nice. Even like the camping trip. I know it wasn't just them, but like with pretty much the whole cast was there at the camping trip. Like that was actually really nice. So yeah, fun cast, fun romance, fun relationships. I know maybe some people because that was really like. I feel like that one time was really the only like real spicy time that we had. I think I have heard people kind of wanted some more spicier sort of moments shown between them. So yeah, I guess I could have used more of that, but I mean, I still feel like it was handled pretty well. So I actually really did enjoy this. I Have a Crush at Work. It was
okay.
It's always nice.
I need to head off now for work, so I just one last thought on this anime. I really enjoyed it mainly because I can actually relate to this sort of relationship more so than high school relationship nowadays. But the bond building between Yui and her boyfriend is just like, oh my god! Now that is what I want to see more of. Just them just being very passionate for each other, and of course side character love story also a benefit too, but. This one though is mostly because we really see some real adult relationship, something different. That's why I feel very fresh watching it. So I'm just gonna leave my thoughts on Medalist right here, and I'll see you guys next time for the next podcast. Bye bye.
All right. See ya.
I love how he left with. We'll have to say that later when.
Oh yeah, that's a spicy take, right there.
I mean, I agree. I haven't watched Yuri on Ice, but I'm sure I would agree.
Yeah, for me, I Have a Crush at Work. This is easily one of my favorite shows. Like, I haven't made my top 10 yet, but this, like, as of the time of recording this, but this is easily one of my favorite shows for the winter 2025 season. And as much as I want to gas this up, again, like, there really isn't much that I want to say about this show that I haven't said in the previous podcasts. But I know you two haven't been here for the previous podcast, so I'll just go over it real quick. Yeah, like Matt said, I really like the adult-oriented romance. Like, I still think this is like the greatest office romance anime of all time. Like the way, like the chemistry between Yui and Masugu, like the wholesome relationship they have, the adorable relationship they had, the way they're able to communicate with each other effectively, the way that they actually do stuff that couples in real life actually do, which is, spend time with each other, cuddle, have some spicy time, have segs, and frequent kissing without any hint of embarrassment. I really like to see that. Also, I really like how they incorporate the whole workplace environment, because usually I feel like when you see like office romance type shows, like the office type environment, it's usually kind of pushed to the sidelines. It doesn't really play a role in like the central relationship. Like it doesn't really play a role in like the character's development. But here, like it does play a big role, because a good majority of this anime is focused on Yui and Masuku working towards and reaching their own goals, and it's very enjoyable to see Yui and like both parties, succeed and overcome various hurdles when it comes to reaching, trying to reach success. Especially with Yui, because we see all her successes and failures when it comes to like pushing out new products for the company and all that. So yeah, that's something that I really like to see as well. One thing I didn't mention in the previous podcast is my thoughts on Some and Hayakawa. Now I remember, I think during the mid-season podcast, like the relationship between Some and Hayakawa, it was only hinted on. The episodes where they actually got together and formed a relationship, that actually hasn't happened yet. So, and I remember back then, at first I was actually really hoping that the relationship wouldn't become a thing. I was kind of hoping the relationship wouldn't become a thing, because I thought Hayakawa was Some's manager. Now, and the reason why I didn't want them to become a thing is because going on dates and forming a romantic relationship with your coworker, that's one thing. But going on dates and forming a romantic relationship with your manager, that's like a whole another can of worms that shouldn't be opened. However, it was revealed that Hayakawa isn't exactly his manager, or not really his manager at all. So that definitely eases things a lot for me. And also, as the episodes progressed, as we got to see more and more of their relationship, I started becoming more and more on board. So yeah, I really like also the side character, like the side character relationship, Some and Hayakawa relationship. Honestly, and in general, I'm just a sucker for any romance anime that has more than one focus, on more than one relationship. Like, I'm a sucker for a good side character and main character relationships. Hell, I even saw like jokes on Reddit that that's what I Have a Crush Work is really about. It's not about Yui Masugu, because like they're technically not a crush. The real crush is Some and Hayakawa, and that's the whole thing that they had to keep a secret. That's the real secret they had to keep. So yeah, other than that,
I need another season for some double dates.
Yeah, I need like at least 3 more seasons for this show. Like, that's how much I enjoyed it. But yeah, other than that, there's really not much else I could say about this other than, there's not much else I could say other than this show has ruined me. Because after this, I don't think I can ever go back to generic high school romance anime. It really set the bar high for me, in terms of romance anime. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it for me. Ryu, do you have any thoughts?
Nope, I don't really have any to say about it. I mean, I will just say that, and no offense, for me, as having watched a lot, I kind of have to treat, I cannot view workplace romance in the same sort of, with as much of a discrepancy as high school romance, because it's a different sort of setup and like I can get related, being relatable. But here's the thing: we were all, we've all also had a high school experience, and then we've also there's, having a sort of a, post, adult life sort of experience. So when so taking those into account when we watch these sort of shows, that's why I have to, make a fair, have to make a fair enough judgment. So that's why I don't really have much to say much to say about it, because like I can't say in particular as like I like it because I enjoy this more because it's more relatable. It's more like, well, it's just kind of there for me personally. It's just it feels more like a typical example of it. It doesn't really strike. It doesn't really grasp me, to be honest. But I'm not gonna really talk much about it because I do get the appeal. I do get the appeal of it. It's just that for me, like, um, I couldn't get much of a personal enjoyment out of it. More so because, like, funny enough, this is something I'm a little bit more used to, like with the high school romance setup, than than how I would have felt, several years ago. Like maybe several years ago, I might have had, a lot of praise for it, but nowadays it's like, nah, I can't, can't quite have as much of a positive reception. That's just how it is. I That's why I don't want to really talk. That's why I don't really have much to say about it.
One thing I will say though before we move on is that apparently this show hasn't been picked up by a lot of official like streaming services, so like that's why it's not as popular. Which does suck though, if that's the case. Because I really
That's a bummer though.
Yeah.
Like, because this is something that I feel like more people should at least take a look at, and not having a lot of these,
Right.
I think you literally would have to pirate to see
yeah,
this
to sell,
because it's
sell
not.
this
Yeah,
overseas.
yeah, because it's not on anything. Like even like even outside of the bigger like streaming, like none of the smaller ones even picked it up. So
Yeah, it sucks.
yeah.
Because more people should watch this, like if they're tired of like the same old generic high school romance formula, in my opinion. But yeah, other than that, I think we can move on now. Next up on the list, are any of you guys watching Hanako-kun season 2?
Yeah,
I did.
I did, but like I don't have anything to say about it. Again,
Gotcha.
I would say because I wasn't really too crazy on season 1 to begin with. Like season 1 was just kind of all right for me, but I feel like I did enjoy this second season a bit more. I think the reveal with like Nene and some of like the backstory stuff that they had with Hanako and like Tsukasa and stuff like that kind of like helped, or I actually like kind of enjoyed that content. I'm still not necessarily crazy about the series, but I definitely have enjoyed this season more than season 1 because season 1 was just kind of like to me. So, but yeah, I have enjoyed more of the content we've had here in season 2. I don't really have much to say though, honestly.
Yeah, I kind of had to agree. Well, I at least like season 2 just as much as season 1, and that's because first of all, I think we just got more of what made season 1 so great, which was the characters. I really like Nene, Hanako, and Ko. I really like the relationship we have between Nene and Hanako. I think it does both I think the comedy and also the more dramatic and emotional, impactful moments. I think those are done really well, especially when it comes to season 2. Like season 2 definitely nails the more impactful moments. And also we did get some action, although I don't think we got as much as much compared to season 1. And also like I think easily the highlight of season 2 was definitely the whole Shijima arc and the whole like fake role arc. Yeah, like Shijima is just overall in general like just a great addition to the cast, like a great new character. Kana Hanazawa, fantastic as always when it comes to voicing her. Like the moments and development she had throughout the whole last arc of this core of season 2, phenomenal. So yeah, as for cons, if I had to give a con for season 2, I will say, like, I know I said earlier that they did the comedy really well. However, there are times where I do think that it's imbalanced. It kind of falls into the same problem that a lot of other comedy anime have, which is like it would have a serious moment and then it would cut to comedy too quickly. Now it's not as bad as some of the other examples that I've seen with other anime, but it is still kind of a problem. It is still like, I do wish, like, for some moments in season 2, like, they wouldn't cut the comedy as quickly. But yeah, but again, definitely not as egregious as some of the other shows that I've seen in the past. But yeah, other than that, Toilet Bound Hanako-kun season 2, Jibaku Shounen Hanako-kun season 2, really great. And I can't wait to see what Core 2 has in store in the summer season. So yeah, next up on the list is a show that I know you got, like, a lot of other people actually did not like, which is Ameku M.D. Do you guys have any thoughts on this?
I dropped it, so
Yeah.
I think
I hated it.
yeah, I think I made it
Part
like
with
five.
the part with the fire, the shedded, the burning shed.
Yeah.
That was a deal breaker.
That was
Yeah.
same.
I finished it, but just like nothing about it really hooked me. Nothing about how it was, like the fact that I've actually seen reactions by a real life doctor, and like, that's cool
Dr.
and all,
Mike.
but in terms of a narrative, but from just a pure narrative standpoint, it sucks. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. It's just like I just don't feel like the main character.
Yes, I know.
What was your name again? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. That's
Takao, I think
of
her
that-
name.
Yeah,
Takao. Yeah.
the two protagonists, and I just totally went over my head. That's not good. Okay.
That's all you know.
Yeah, that's the way she solves things, and the way her character is. I just can't take any of these cases seriously, and the way they go about it, just whatever. And this is by project number 9, and they're not known for good looking shit. So there's that's something to think about. Like, I don't. Well, there's like most of their stuff, like most or all of their stuff is just not really impressive from a production standpoint at all. And like, okay, the one vampire, and the vampire princess anime is kind of an outliner, but yeah, it's not really anything that it feels inspiring from a production standpoint, and from a narrative standpoint, it's just very very lukewarm at best, and it just has these puzzling ways of how each case is being tackled. Like the one with the Tyrannosaur, with the museum thing, that felt so odd. Like, I'm like, how the fuck did they get it?
Lifted a whole ass head of a wasn't it something
Yeah,
like that?
it
Like
was
they
like,
lifted the whole head and crushed the dude's leg or whoever with it.
Yeah,
Like,
it
what
chopped
the
dude's
fuck
leg
was
off.
that sort of plotting? What the fuck was that? How do you even set that up, realistically speaking? There's no way. There's absolutely no way that
You just
that,
gotta be really
I could
strong.
but it's not. This is
I feel like the thing with me with this was like from the parts I did watch, like there was like one case I feel like I actually was kind of interested in, like how they set it up, but like I feel like it was like a hit or miss thing where, like, I mean, even hearing from some of my other friends who have watched it and have like finished it, like they said, like, yeah, like that was pretty much a lot of the series. Is like some cases like would hit, some wouldn't. I think there was like the one case. I think the boy had like cancer or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Is that Kenta with? I think he was like leukemia or something.
Yeah. Like they said that, like some of my friends, like they thought that really hit, like that was emotional and stuff like that. Like I personally wouldn't know, because I think I dropped it right before.
Yeah,
that was probably right before it.
Yeah, you dropped it before. Like if you dropped it after like the shed burning, that you missed that.
Yeah, so like they said it was like a hit or miss thing, and that like also a lot of them do watch shows like House. I don't know if you guys have heard of House.
I've heard
I have
this
heard- I
show
have
gets
heard-
Yeah.
compared a
I've
lot.
watched a few, but that's about it. But I'm
Yeah, so they
familiar enough.
watch shows like that. So like when they're getting some of the stuff in this series, like they're like kind of used to it, I guess. So like, but for someone like me who hasn't watched anything like that, really, like I'm watching this, I'm just like, yeah, I just feel like it was more misses than hits for me in terms of like the case by case basis and like my interest in like how a lot of them were like set up, and then like like we mentioned, like the shed, that whole thing was like the tipping point for me for where I was like, okay, I'm just not gonna enjoy this.
I cannot get over the fact these guys are just talking for so long while the thing is burning, and there's supposed to be very very flammable stuff in the shed too, which is even worse. And y'all just talking. Are you serious?
They should be ashes by now.
Yeah, it was pretty silly.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Here's what I'll say about this series. Yeah, I do agree. Like it gets ridiculous. Like especially during the first half. Like yeah, I have to agree. Like the shed burning scene was just completely stupid. It was like easily the dumbest part about that whole arc. And the T-Rex thing, yeah, I understand why people would find that really like stupid. However, I actually really enjoyed this anime. I don't think it's as bad as some other people might say. And that's just mostly due to the fact that I do like the mystery. I think the mystery is very engaging. And I do think that the second half of the anime, like, it definitely wasn't as, like, it's definitely not as ridiculous, or, like, the rating definitely wasn't as bad as the first half. I don't know if that's going to be enough to convince you to pick it back up again, Memory, but that's just my thoughts. And also, I do like how it does, I do like the way it blends in, like, actual real-world medical terminology and practices into the series. So I find that very interesting as well. And I know Anapo especially, he has a problem with. Man, I wish he was here because like he has a couple of points that I want to like debate him on. Because I know first of all he has a problem with Tako like becoming a detective and all that, even though he's supposed to be a doctor. And I mean, I guess I understand where he's coming from, but I mean, it's really it's supposed to be. That's what she's supposed to do. Like, that's her whole profession. Like, she's an investigative pathologist. I think that's her official title. So, yeah, she's supposed to. Her whole job is, investigating medical anomalies. And yeah, sure, maybe, I know some people may have a problem with how this series was sometimes focused more on the detective aspect rather than the medical aspect. But I could argue that even like the mysteries that don't take place in the hospital, even the scenes that even the arcs that don't take place like in the hospital room, they're still associated. They're still medical based. They're still associated with medical practices. Like for example, when it comes to like the last arc of this anime, like, do you think an actual do you think like a regular police detective would be able to deduce that the guy died from pulmonary edema caused by neurogenic trauma or anything like that? Like, no, that's something only Ameku and Kotori or like someone like them could figure out. So yeah, I still do think. So yeah, I don't completely agree that that her act like a detective is a bad thing, especially when it's her job. Also, he has a problem with the whole running gag of Ameku, activating her neurons and
the brain blast.
Yeah, having the brain blast, her putting the pieces together. He was saying how it's repetitive and all, but I was like, but when I've read that, I was like, it's an interesting thing to complain about because that's already established to be, part of her character at this point. That's just how she puts the pieces together. I mean, it's part of the anime at this point, so I don't really agree with him, like, critiquing that as like a bad thing. Like, it's part of the story, it's part of the anime at this point. So yeah, if I had to give cons, once again, the writing, it does get stupid at points. One thing that has been mentioned is like the minor things with Ameku, who, despite her being a medical professional, she does some rather unprofessional things. Like, first of all, that one scene when she visits the tomb of that one guy, she wasn't wearing, like, despite her visiting a place that could possibly contain a whole bunch of bacteria in the air and stuff, she wasn't wearing a mask. She wasn't wearing any gloves, and that seems like rather that seems like something that a medical professional should be doing, if they were in that kind of environment. And also, like, there was that one scene, like, in the hospital bed where that one old dude was lit on fire, and he was still hooked onto oxygen. And I'm like, okay, shouldn't you guys, like, unplug that, turn that off? Because that could lead to something very, very bad. So yeah, it's stuff like that. Like the writing, I still do have a problem with. But yeah, other than that, I still really enjoy this. I don't think it's as bad as other people say. So yeah, another unpopular opinion from the Kawaii crew. Other than that, I think we can move on now. Next up on the list is a show that I'm actually not watching. Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf.
Oh,
this one for me.
I don't really have much to say about this. It's kind of wholesome, but like,
yeah,
it's just kind of whatever. It's just kind of whatever. It just kind of like everything else just kind of feels boring, to be honest. And like,
I think what made me tick this show down a bit was like the best content was when they were in Japan, like the actual the real world. But when they were in the dream world, I did not enjoy the show nearly as much. And half the show felt like it was in the dream world. So, I mean, that's kind of like the biggest gripe I feel like I have with it. Like,
yeah,
I feel like, I don't know, it was just way more wholesome seeing, what's her name? Mary? I think that's the name.
Yeah. Maribel?
Like, yeah, just seeing her, like, trying to learn, just like the language and picking up on like certain things
that's the most
in the world.
Part.
Yeah, that was the best part of it.
The dream world part is just feels like a hindrance. It just felt like more. I feel like
and then they'd have like conflict. They'd have like some like they've tried to push it as like some like serious conflict like in the dream world, and I'm just like we're here for wholesomeness with this series, and I just at least that was like what was established in the beginning.
I feel like there's more some progress going when it's her trying to figure how things go in the real world, because she's technically an alien in the normal world, and so like, and just having this sort of thing, where half the stuff is in the dream world, it just takes you out of it more than than necessary.
Yeah,
like, I felt like it should not even be a thing. I felt like it should have been more like she's just kind of stuck. She's just kind of stuck there, and she's just kind of have to learn how things go, while understanding like the stuff what she considers normal is not what they consider normal. And like, as for the other characters she encounters, I'm like, I don't think we can really. I think we could have really done more if we were having to befriend just normal people, not just a bunch of new fantasy characters running about like that. That was unnecessary.
Although I feel like the Arc Dragon, I forget what her name was, Ridra or something like that. Yeah, she was pretty fun. Yeah, she was pretty fun. Like I got a kick out of her sometimes, honestly. But yeah, I mean, also I feel like it did leave off on a pretty good note, especially like with the grandfather. Like I thought that content was like really like wholesome as well. With Kazuhiro's grandfather. And so yeah, I mean, this one, it wasn't anything crazy. I feel like it was pretty wholesome. It was nice, nothing to really write home about. But I feel like it could have been a lot better. I feel like if it would have been more focused in on the, you know, real world Japan aspect instead of, you know, the dream world stuff. I mean, maybe they still could have somehow made the dream world, if they did incorporate it, they could have made it somehow more interesting. I don't know, but I feel like I still would have preferred just them kind of together in Japan and, you know, going from there. But, you know, who are we? We're not the we're not the writers of the story. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think I really have much else to say about that one. Kawhi's not here right now, so I guess we could transition to the next one if you want.
Oh, I mean,
Okitsura.
I don't really have much to say about it either.
I don't have. I dropped it, so
Oh,
Yeah.
I somehow finished it, but if I will say this, it felt more like an ad. It felt like more like
advertisement.
an advertisement for a tourist attraction than anything actual than any tangible story. So maybe there's value in that aspect, but in terms of like just storytelling in general, like the characters, nah, that you won't find it here. I mean, if you can enjoy some of the little romance bit, I guess there's some worth to that, but that's a subjective. That's something really subjective. So I'm not even gonna really say anything. But I know Annabelle and Quiet, are pretty passionate about it. To a good extent. So I'm not gonna release. So I can't really say much. The studio Millipini is oof though.
Oh yeah,
That studio.
that
Oh
one.
my god.
That's a Berserk 2016-2017 one, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
The same one. So, and that's why everything felt like a lot of slideshows. There's not even much animation going on. It's just like, yeah, I can kind of see. And when I'm just like, yeah, I checked the studio and like, yeah, I can kind of see why. Um, uh,
My thing
it's
was with this one, like why I dropped it. I feel like I get like the, you know, promotion or advertisement for Okinawa and stuff like that, but I feel like it was
They
like in
kinda
your
also-
face. It was.
they kinda
I feel
also-
like yeah, it was too much. I feel like, in my opinion, like I feel like the way, like I feel like it could have been spaced out better, but it felt like every scene, like they're just kind of shoving in your face, like whether it's like translating what the girl is actually saying for the dude or whatever. Like I that was my biggest thing that I feel like kind of,
What are we talking about?
I don't know. We're talking about
Okitsura.
Okitsura now.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we don't really
Yeah.
have anything else to say about it though.
Yeah, I dropped
you
it,
can
so I
go
don't
ahead.
I don't have much to say, but
So you can go ahead.
that was my
Paul.
biggest gripe, was like I feel like it could have been like one of those shorts. I feel like I watched a short from like a seasonal anime, like probably 2018, 2019. It was like You Don't Know Gunma Yet or something like that. Like
Oh,
that was
yeah,
just
something like that.
It was like it literally could have just been that, like 4 or 5 minute episodes or something, like just promoting Okinawa. But I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it was too much in your face about it. I feel like it could have been spaced out better. I don't know if that changes later on, but at least from what I had watched in the first couple episodes, I was just like, I feel like it's too much for me. So
Yeah, for me, look, I mean, I definitely wouldn't say it's one of the best like shows that come out in the winter season. However, like from the way you and Mad Lad talk about this series, you guys make it sound like it's like one of the worst things in the world. Oh, like you make it sound like the show is like just utter garbage, which I don't think that's the case at all. I personally don't think
I mean,
it's
it's
that
doing
bad.
numbers in Japan, so there has to be something good. There has to be something pretty good about it. But I felt like that's more of the tourist attraction promotion thing than whatever qualitative writing was there. I'm guessing this is more from like a pure personal enjoyment perspective than actual objective writing wise. Because I don't really have, because I couldn't really get much else from that. Like I'm not gonna say much about whatever romance is there with the girl Teriyaki and the girls. I don't really have anything to say in that regard. It's kind of whatever to me.
Yeah, I understand the like I understand why people wouldn't like the whole Okinawa thing. It's pretty clear at this point. Like this is just one big ad for Okinawa. Um, but however, there are some things that I find interesting about it. Like I do like how the anime it does a great job of portraying Okinawa is like as it's basically its own world. Like it does. I was admittedly very interested in like I did find it very interesting. At least like during the first half of the anime, like all the knowledge and all the trivia surrounding like Okinawan culture. I think it does. The anime does do a great job promoting it. And I do think the anime does have quite a bit of wholesome and like wholesome moments as well, especially the moments surrounding young Hina and young Kana's friendship. Like how they were friends ever since they were kids and all of that. Like when the anime focused on that, I thought that was really cute and wholesome. And yeah, however, like what really does, I think the main thing that really bogs this show down for me is like I think the show really does. It's clear that the show like it's focusing more on promoting Okinawa than it is like actually developing the romance in the show, like the romantic relationship between. Well, I guess like the romantic relationships in general with the leads. But yeah, other than that, like I said, not the worst show to come out of the winter season. It's still it was quite enjoyable, but I wish I could have gotten more out of it. However, I still think Kana is best girl. I mean, that's pretty much the popular opinion at this point, and I pray to God that she actually ends up together with Teruaki by the end of the series. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Next up on the list is a show that I'm not watching. However, I have heard great things about this. Medalist.
This was one of the best shows of the season.
Oh yeah,
I would even argue it might be
100%.
maybe the year.
It might be the best from. Well, if we're not including like second cores or yeah.
The thing for me, this is coming from me who used to give Engie a lot of crap. And honestly,
so,
I will be honest. I was pretty harsh early on, but as it goes on, I'm like, wait, I gotta backtrack a little bit. My Engie hate got too much the best of me. So I actually went ahead and rewatched the first half, and Medalist has his way. Now, it may have only the fraction of the powerful presentation of the manga, but it's still really fine as an adaptation. Like, sure, it's not the best looking thing ever, but it's competent enough with the visuals enough. And I feel like, and maybe some of the stuff, isn't as heavy with, emotions. Like, it was apparently with Iori, like, the instance with her mother was a little bit more heavy in the manga, but I felt like the end result was more or less the same, and I really liked the way it was done. It was played out with Inori and her mom, and it's such a really inspirational. I don't really know where to start, but Melis has this way of like, conveying this really brightening, like uplifting way of wanting to try this, wanting to do better, wanting to be up there, and like here's the kicker here, which is people take this too much for granted. These kids actually act like kids, like they actually act their age, which is something that a lot of other shows kind of neglect. Like they have these other characters to be like be as smart and acting like adults. I'm like, what the hell? But here they're just these kids that just want to be better, just want to don't want to feel like they're disappointed anyone. Whether it be their parents, their teachers, or whatever. I really loved I really do like there's two dynamics I really love, both involving Yuri. With Tsukasa, there's her with Tsukasa, and then there's her with Hikaru. And although the one with Hikaru feels more is going to be more developed,
Next
in
season,
the
probably.
season.
Yeah.
But the one with Tsukasa, like, for me, Iori, like, she's not a pretty bird. She's not anything too special. She's more or less ordinary. But it's because of that sort of passion, there's some fire lit under her that instills her to be like, I want to do this. I want to achieve this sort of dream, no matter how seemingly unrealistic it may be. Like this young this young child wanting to become a gold medalist, even though she's had no prior experience of, like, not even the sort of talent or previous experience. And Skasa, who's had his own failures, who's had his, who's had this sort of experience, he fell short. He sees himself in Iori, and he wants to give her the best chances. And he's not perfect. You can see where, like, he kind of screws up, but he has this sort of positive attitude to try to give Yuri, like, because you need to kind of use, like, you gotta tell, like, I'm not saying like I'm not saying it's the only is the one is the only way, but his way fits for someone like Iori, because she really needs that, considering there's a big hill, there's like a a steep hill to climb, considering all the other talents, and it's not always just Iori, like the part with Hikaru, right? And what I really like about it is that I maybe just be rambling here, but Hikaru is like one of those. She's one of those skaters. Like, she's literally like kind of the in a way, kind of like a foil to Iori. Like, she's super talented, has this really dedicated has this really dedicated coach who has a lot of experience himself, and more or less even more success than definitely more success than Skasa. And she sees something in Iori, and kind of on a whim, as she's trying to encourage Iori. I kind of like how she was that friendly, that sort of friendliness, and then showing her one of her signature jumps. At that moment, that further ignited Iori wanting to be better, and that's where I felt like that's where stuff kind of really hits it off. Like, sure, the skill gap is huge, it's huge, but I still like this sort of I don't know about to say rally, but that sort of dynamic they got, where where in a way they're kind of where in a way it's kind of like encourage Kawasaki in a way is kind of encouraging Yuri. Yuri is kind of like, oh, I promise, and that also kind of fuels Hikaru's looking forward to it, because to her, this is the first time she's seen someone like Yuri with this so much passion. So it may have, so which kind of goes to show, like, the kind, like, she wants to have somebody, with that kind of fire competing against her. And this isn't just her. There's also the great stuff with Ryo as well. There's also great stuff with Ryoka. And that one was pretty. And Ryoka's part, like, when she screws up, she doesn't go on a tantrum either. She's just really sad. She's just really, like, depressed, which is a more believable behavior than the usual sort of cliche they would go with, which would have them just get angry for just overly angry. And it makes sense. With considering her age. So that's also nice. And there's also, like, Emma's as well, which was also really nice when you get to know to know her motivations and all. Everyone has their nice set of motivations. So it's just like it just doesn't feel like it's a one-sided deal with Iori trying to climb. And it feels like there's all these other characters mean something in the whole gist of things. And in a way, and the way they hook you into ice skating, I'm glad they don't go off on these elongated training arc stuff. They just tell you the information you need, because like it's more like Iori has to pick up on information as she goes. It's not like it's a whole deal of like train like this whole like extended monologues and all. You just kind of have to like just get it right then and there. And speaking of the performances, like I initially wasn't so sure about the CG, but as time passes, I'm like, this is actually really good. And in a way, like we give CG a lot of crap, but then there's like stuff like Studio Orange's stuff. And there's also Girls Band Cry CG as well.
Yeah.
And this one was really good. This one was really good, especially with the sound design and the music too, which was nice. See, Hikaru's oh my god, Hikaru's performance was insane, because like, okay, so the way I think the part where just like, oh shit, this is actually like she was skating, all right, and then you hear her like stop, like tap the ice particularly hard with her skates, and it zooms to her, and the background and her like just turn black, just turn kind of dark, and then just like that's when she hooks everyone in. That's where it feels like the performance kind of grabs you in. And apparently the figure skating is motion capture too, which also really helps. So everything just feels like you see it and you're just like, yeah, I can recognize how this skating is. And that's something I don't think even 2D animation can really do consistently. Even when you do something like I know people talk about Yuri on Ice, but even then I feel like there's only so much that can do, because I don't feel like that one really hooked me in with the figure skating even remotely as much. I'm sorry if I'm the minority here, but like there's more other aspects as to why Medalist is better, but that would be but yeah, like that kind of way to get you hooked into the performances is amazing. And I really got to say about like that last part, that last performance by Yuri to end the season, that actually got me emotional with the way she just she did all these flashbacks, and then you get the music playing, and it just kind of feels like just this next step for her. Of course, like there's more steps to take, and considering that this is just a qualification round. And that just really clicked for me. Like I don't know how to properly describe it. I'm sorry. Like as a big fan of the manga, like I really just ended up enjoying the anime a lot more than I initially expected. Even if it didn't get into the best sort of production hands, they made the best of it, and I'm pretty thankful. I'm more thankful for it than I imagine myself ever being. And so, like, I even plan to rewatch this at some point when in Blu-rays or something. Like, I hope season 2 doesn't take too long. I mean, and I hope to release. Although I also do hope they don't rush it either, because Ingi isn't a studio with particularly good particularly luxurious case of resources. So whatever it takes, at least you gotta take your time. I'm sorry if I took up a lot of time.
No, you're good.
About it.
No, it's rightfully so, because I don't know, like you said, this like for me, like for a new series, a new entry, like in the season, like not including like a second core or anything like that. Like this was probably my anime of the season, honestly, and I feel like I would not be surprised totally if like by the end of the year I'm saying like this was one of my favorite ones of the year personally. Um like yeah, the performances absolutely like spectacular. I was surprised, much like Ryu with Engi, kind of because I feel like at this point, like before this, I kind of like just I had such low expectations, honestly. Like I heard the source material was good for Medalist, but my expectations because of Engi and the rep that they have, right?
Yeah,
But
I think it's more. I think it's more so because, in particular, knowing how a lot of people like the manga,
yeah,
for this particular project, they hunkered down. Now,
yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's gonna really change for their other projects, but I feel
Oh
like
yeah,
for Medalist,
yeah.
considering they recognize at least some of the staff recognizes how important this is to a lot of the manga fans. They're gonna at least try to hunker down. Like it's gonna be rough, trying to get that season 2, considering the high expectations.
Yeah.
But I hope they'll make it. I hope they can do it and pull this off.
Yeah, but I was really surprised with like, a lot of the output they had for this season, especially like the performances. I feel like just how everything was put together. Like I was just really engaged with a lot of the performances. Like not even from Minori, but also like Hikaru, Rio, it's just so many characters. Even Tsukasa, like some of the the
Oh
little
yeah, I forgot
performances.
Scott's performance.
His were like. I mean, they were just so engaging, and the characters, the cast is really good from what we had in this first season. I love like the dynamic between Inori and her coach. Just really how they push each other. Like obviously Tsukasa's pushing Inori to be a better skater, and Inori's pushing Tsukasa to be a better coach. Like I just like they're both learning kind of on the fly together, like in a parallel, which I really really like how they handle that. So yeah, this was like I don't know, just a very inspiring like series. I don't know, to see like characters who may not be as like talented, right? But they put in the hard work and they grind and they're giving it their all.
Yeah, and it's not like they're covered in. And it's not like it's getting easy for them. It's not like
nothing's
they're
easy.
plot armor for.
Yeah,
they literally are trying. Like even with some of these basics, they're trying to. It's really hard to get that in.
Yeah.
And then when they finally get it, it just feels that sort of satisfying. It doesn't feel cheap. It feels like that hard work really, really pays off.
Yeah, like they actually earned it.
Now, of course, like it's all these steps to get to the main course, and whenever they reach that, that's up. Only time will tell.
Yeah, I like how the characters like push each other as well, just to be better. Like I think like even towards the end of the season, like the stuff with like Ryu, Inori, and Ryoka, like how they were just trying to like really like one up each other. Like that's like that's the kind of stuff you want, right? Like with rivals, is like you kind of push each other to be the best version of yourself. Like that's what you need. You need that. So yeah, like the cast I really enjoyed, the performances. Just great character moments, especially with Inori, but also a lot of the other characters. Like Rio grew on me a lot because at first I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about this dude. But then like getting more insight on his,
he does come off a little rough around the edges at first.
Yeah,
especially
but then, like,
with the way he was first introduced. Like he was pretty mean to Inori.
Yeah, but though like he has a like knowing his circumstances, especially like with his father and then his former like his coach. Like the pressure that is on him, like that's a lot, especially for like a kid to handle. Like that is like a lot on his shoulders. And then kind of like what Tsukasa was telling him, what Tsukasa was telling him, like he was exactly right. Like Rio, he's already accomplished a lot to this point. Like he is an incredible like skater already at this point. And I mean, any kid like in that situation, I feel like would be very similar to him. Like. So I did like also that little dynamic towards the end of the season with Rio and Tsukasa. So yeah, there was just I don't know, there was a lot to really like about this first season. I went into it, I heard good things about the source material, but like my biggest worry was like how I guess it was going to be handled by Engi, and like they surprised me. So and I'm pleasantly surprised. Like I will certainly take it because
It's kind of sad that it's on Disney Plus and that not enough people are
yeah,
knowing about it.
yeah, that is a shout. That is true as well. Because yeah, I feel like this is definitely one I feel like I would have loved to see more people kind of talk about,
Yeah,
but
because
yeah,
I
it was
don't
great.
cause,
Great
like
first
because
season.
when I see it on Twitter, I'm just seeing is just solo leveling stuff. I only see a little bit of Melis here and there, and that just makes me so sad.
Yeah,
So I just hope more people can talk about, more people can like because Disney Plus sucks with their promotion. So like I would recommend this to anybody. Like if there is one, and people complain about the humor, and I'm like, nah, the humor isn't that bad. It's actually yeah, it can kind of feel rough, but I don't think it really is that much of an issue. But again, Kami is subjective, so I can't say
yeah,
it for everybody. I think it's
yeah, but
also
it
part
was
of the
great.
charm, though. In the end,
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, this was a great first season. I'm really excited for season 2. Like I honestly like going like towards the tail end of the series, I was like, man, if there's not a season 2 announced shortly, like after season 1, like I may have to go and read. Which like now because of how the anime was handled, I'm like I'm gonna hold off because they announced season 2 obviously at the very end. So
they might not. That might not. Depending on when that released, I don't think they may release it for a while. Like I literally hope they do at least take their time.
oh yeah, take their time for sure. Yeah. All right.
About it, though.
Alrighty then, I think we're ready to move on now. Next up on the list is, are any of you guys watching
Gotta
Red
turn out.
Ranger Isekai?
I I don't have
By the way,
much to say.
quiet. You're okay.
I don't have much to
I
say.
am, but I'm like, I'm just not into this sort of ranger sort of deal. Even though like I've watched a good amount of Power Rangers in the past, and just Tokusatsu in general. But I'm just like it's just not my thing. I don't feel anything from this. Uh, I'm sure it's Japan loves it though, but like I'm kind of just sad just
Oh, it's
not
like
being
two of
able to
their
say much
favorite
from it.
things. It's like two of their favorite things in one:
Yeah,
isekai and tokusatsu.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, episode 1, like that initial like appeal of it was just like how silly it was, just seeing like a giant robot in a isekai world. Like I got a kick out of it. Like I did enjoy like honestly probably the most I enjoyed this series was at the very beginning, and then it just got stale for me. Like it just like I honestly did not care much about the series. Which I'm not really that big on tokusatsu either. Honestly, so yeah, I could see totally why a lot of people probably could get into this or are into this, but for me, I just couldn't really grasp on like I couldn't care. I didn't really care for a lot of the characters. Just the conflict, especially like the conflict that they left off the season with. I could care less. Um, yeah, I wasn't too big on this one. I don't really have much to say. I feel like I said, the beginning, the very like first episode was probably the most I enjoyed it because after that it was just all downhill, or either just I just
Ooh.
didn't really care. So
Mm.
All right,
yeah,
and Ryu, you don't have any additional thoughts?
Nope.
All right. So yeah, I'm not watching this anime, so I think we can move on now. Next up on the list is
it's Kawaii's time.
it's an anime that I did watch, but man, what happened to
I
this
wish I
near the
didn't.
end is what happened to this anime is my personal 9/11. And I of course am talking about
Uh-oh.
Grisaia Phantom Trigger. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't. I'm just not. I just don't feel anything from this. I'm like, okay, well, that's that. I felt like but from what I remember, from the visual novels, I don't even remember that much. But I'm like, yeah, some of these scenes don't feel like just feel off, and I don't remember much now. That's how bad it is. Like it's not even memorable enough. But I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of fuck ups here and there, and I don't think I can really break them down as well as Kwai would do here. But
Okay.
yeah, this is forgettable for me.
Okay. So I'm not gonna go over what was adapted in the first half of the anime because I already talked about that at length during the last podcast. So what I am instead, I'm just gonna talk about the second half of this anime, which is the adaptation of the final two volumes of the visual novel series, which is volume 7 and 8. First of all, I'm just gonna start this off by saying I was against it from the get-go of them adapting the whole series into anime form. And I was against it from the get-go of them adapting volume 7 and 8 in particular in a one core 13 episode format because volume 7 and 8 are two of the longest volumes in the Phantom Trigger series.
Oof.
And like just to give you guys like a sort of a sense of scope, so my playthrough of volume 8, for example, each of my playthroughs was an hour and 30 minutes long, and there were like 16 parts to my whole playthrough of volume 8. And I think volume 7 had like 19 parts or something like that. I don't think those places were as long, but yeah, those two were massive volumes. And they condensed all that story into like, well, what was it, like 7 or 8 episodes? So yeah, maybe, no, I don't think, no, not even that, because I think volume 7 was 2 episodes. No, so yeah, they condensed it into 6 episodes, 2 volumes into 6 episodes. So yeah, that was already not a good sign, but I was willing to keep an open mind. Because maybe it could work in some way. Maybe Bieber can somehow magically make it work. However,
And it just disappointed you again.
yeah, it fucking disappointed the hell out of me. I'm still of the mentality that, like, I don't care if like, because I love Phantom Trigger. I love the visual novel series Phantom Trigger. I don't know how other fans of Phantom Trigger or how other Grisaia fans think, but I don't care if they didn't adapt the entire Phantom Trigger series in the anime form. Like if the anime only adapted volumes 4 through 6, like I'd be totally okay with that if the adaptations were actually good. Like if they saved 7 and 8 for like another core, I'd be totally okay with waiting. But no, that's not what they did. Instead, they just had to adapt everything, like the rest of the visual novel series, into one core. Now, the adaptation of Volume 7, admittedly, I didn't really care all that much about it because it was actually one of my least favorite installments in the visual novel series. They did condense it into 2 episodes, which is, I mean, it's whatever. I mean, most of Volume 7, for what I remember, was filler. Not really essential. So, yeah, I don't have much of a problem there. But when it got to Volume 8, that's when the whole anime really just shit the bed for me. First of all, they completely rushed the deaths of all those nun girls in episode 10 of the series, and that it really sucks because there was a lot of emotional impact when it comes to the death of those girls in the visual novels. Because keep in mind, these nun girls, they're not highly trained assassins, they're not soldiers. These are just innocent little girls, ages like 8 to 13, and they're being put through hell on earth. Like they have to like navigate through a war zone pretty much. And during that time, they start getting picked off one by one, and they start dying. And despite them not doing anything wrong in their lives, they start dying in all these horrific ways. And but the anime, it really just took away all that emotional impact. So yeah, that's the first major gripe that I had with the anime adaptation. The second major gripe is is what they did with one of the most pivotal points, if not the most pivotal point, of Volume 8. So, in Episode 11, there was a scene where Toka, the enemy was closing in on her, and she puts a gun to her head. She wants to kill herself, but when she pulls the trigger, nothing happens. And that is because Arasaka, their teacher, they did not. She didn't load it all. She didn't fill up the magazine to her pistol all the way, because she's not. She's not trained with firearms. She doesn't know about spring tension when it comes to magazines of firearms. So she improperly loaded the magazine, and that's what evidently saved Toka's life. Now, what made this scene so impactful in the visual novel was because in the visual novel, there was a scene where it actually showed Arasaka wanting to help Toka load up the magazines of her guns. And if you play the visual novel, you were given a choice during that scene. You can either have Arasaka help Toka, go through with helping Toka load magazines, or you could have her say, oh, maybe this was a bad idea after all, and just have Toka load her own magazines. If you chose to have Arasaka help Toka load the magazines, that led to the good end. And if you chose the other choice, that led to the bad end and caused a domino effect that led to the deaths of every single main character in Phantom Trigger. So yeah, that's what made the scene so pivotal. And what did the anime do with that scene?
So is it like the situation with Eugene shooting Makizu's mom?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And what did the anime do with that scene? They condensed it into a 3-second clip, into a 3-second flashback. And the gripe I have with that is I don't think a lot of anime onlys are going to understand what's happening there, or like what made that scene, like why Toka didn't end up shooting herself. And that's because of that pivotal moment with Arasaka helping her load the guns. So yeah, I really wish they could have adapted that scene in its entirety. I do, however, like the scene where Megami sniped a enemy soldier closing in on Taiga's position and evidently saved her life. That was part of the good end, and I really like how it was up to her. Taiga's life basically was riding on her. Like, she only had one bullet, so she really couldn't afford to miss, or else Taiga is screwed. And she had no scope on her gun, so that makes the shot a lot trickier. And it was nighttime, which makes visibility a lot trickier. And she was using a gun that fires 5.56 ammo, which is not a round designed for sniping or long-range combat. Usually, snipers use 7.62 by 51 or 50 BMG or 338 Lapua, not 5.56 unless it's for like mid-range, like marksman rifle combat. So yeah. However, she still managed to pull that scene off, and that scene I actually think was one of the rare times where the anime actually did it better than the visual novel. I really like that. Everything after that was terrible, because afterwards, that's when the anime started making a lot of baffling decisions, baffling choices when it comes to adapting the source material. And I think I would use adapting lightly, generously, because the anime kind of pretty much did its own, like, B-Bird pretty much did its own thing with the anime. Like, they had, like, Toka stepping on the landmine and having her leg blown off, which wasn't in the visual novel. They had, they killed off a character that wasn't supposed to die in the visual novel. Like,
you told me about it. That was like that was like pretty stupid.
Yeah.
Like, what was the point of choosing to do that?
Exactly. Like, how many anime adaptations have you guys seen where, like, the anime straight up kills off a character that wasn't dead in the source material? Like, who does that? Like, okay, I get it.
I've seen a reverse where in the way back with a show called Fuka,
Oh God, don't remind me of that. But yeah, continue.
she was supposed to die, but the tutorial character was supposed to die, but she didn't. In the manga, she just got she was killed, and then the story just continued without her. Ironically, even though she's literally the peculiar. And yeah, I've seen the opposite. But yeah, I've rarely ever seen the cases where they just kill the character for no reason, even though they are not supposed to die in that particular point in the story.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I get that. You know, after she survives the encounter with Haruto, and ends up joining Mihama, like, yeah, I get it. Like, she doesn't play a big role after that, but still, though, like, like when people watch the anime adaptation of like the source material, they expect at least some faithfulness to the source material, not for the studio to just do their own thing. So yeah, I still don't agree with that. Also, they had there were just other baffling changes, like having Jonah be the one to save Rena from Kuroiwa, even though it wasn't like that in the visual novel. In the visual novel, it was Maki that was the one that saved that was the one that saved Rena. And also, after Haruto's fight with Kuroiwa, they adapted a scene from the bad end during the very last episode. They adapted the scene from the bad end where Haruto was injured and he was like walking through like the flooded floors of the facility, and it looked like he was about. And in the visual novel, during the bad end, he collapses and he straight up dies. But in the anime, he's MIA, which, again, this wasn't supposed to happen in the good end of Phantom Trigger, which is what the anime was supposed to adapt. In the good end, Haruto survives. He cuts his hair, and in the end, he just goes back to working with sword.
it never.
But in the anime adaptation, Rena, like, she goes on a quest to go look for him, which, okay, yeah, I get that's something Rena would probably do, but why? But like, it's why? It's nothing that it's something that doesn't happen in the visual novel, so I don't understand why they would do that. And then at the end, I think, yeah, there's not. I mean, at the end, there's not much else happened. But yeah, other than that, I mean, like, also in the credits scene, like during the whole banter scene, like in the after credits, I think it was Murasaki that mentioned, like, she kind of they had her like make fun of like how they're not faithful to the source material. She was like, "Do you think the fans out there would be upset that the anime completely disregarded the source material?" And then Chris was like, "Oh, it's up to the studio to have their own interpretation of it." Which, okay, first of all, okay, I get that. First of all, but however, just because it's like the anime studio can have their own interpretation of the source material when they're adapting it, doesn't mean that I have to agree with their choices. At the end of the day, because I care so much about the series, I think it's fair for me to have my own criticisms and opinions on how you guys handle the source material, especially when you make all these changes to the source material. Like, you can't expect the audience to like it just because, like, it's your own interpretation of it. So yeah, other than that, like, I still think that if Frontwing were to start another Kickstarter campaign and have another studio like readapt Fan Trigger in its entirety, like, I would donate every penny to that Kickstarter campaign, because what they did with this series, oh my god, like, I had so much high hopes. I had high hopes for B-Bury to do a good job with this series. Like, I mean, it's not like they completely butchered Phantom Trigger. Like, how they adapted volumes 2, 4, and probably 6. I really like how they adapted. I really like how they adapted it. I think they did a really good job with a lot of the source material for Phantom Trigger. It's just that, however, there are also a lot of times where they miss the mark, especially when it comes to the adaptation of volumes 5 and 8. So that's why, overall, while I do think I do think that B-Burry did some stuff right with the fan trigger anime. I think the cons far outweigh the pros for me. So I just can't. I gotta say, this is probably one of the most disappointing, if not the most disappointing show to come out of the winter season for me. I was so looking forward to this. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about Phantom Trigger. And the last anime on the list is an anime that technically didn't start airing in the winter season. However, the second half did air during the winter season, and this show is just so good, and so much has happened in this show that I just had to talk about it. I just had to put it on the list. And that is Orb of the Movements of the Earth. So, yeah, what do you guys think?
It's what I can get like. There's a way of it feels like this show is more about just the value, just valuing is more about the importance of life and humanity itself, believing in your trusting your own beliefs more so than the actual astronomical ideas. That one feels more like it's a drive. It's a main gear, but the main message feels like it's more so about being resolved to your your beliefs, and you gotta the value of it, and like as well as how you can pass that on to the next person and whatnot. There's a lot of things to really take away. Like it didn't at first, it didn't really capture me, but like this is by Madhouse. This isn't a particularly crazy looking production, but I do feel like it's the storytelling just really carries the first. I'm pretty sure it was already discussed a lot with how the first half already went, but I feel like episode 23 was where it just really set it. It just really set it in, and how they did Novak and Raphael's character there. How they really concluded Novak's character. He was a very well written antagonist. Like the way his sort of confirmed, the way he was trying so hard to hold on to his conviction, his resolve, even if it was like underhanded means, and like even though he doesn't want like the status quo to be broken about this the revelation with heliocentrism, and he would do and like, but when everything is just kind of said and done, like it just the way it just kind of resolved him, and have this vision of Raphael talking to him. I felt like that was really poetic in one way or another. There's a lot of things. I don't think I'm too knowledgeable enough to truly go into a deep analysis of it. But everything about the ending, I don't think the ending is actually is bad as some people were trying to make it out to be. I feel like it's kind of it's kind of like how do I say this? It's kind of like an Odell to to your like an honor to interpret to up to how do you say this? It's kind of like respecting the I can't really find a words from it, but like kind of respecting the the real life the real life history of how astronomy kind of is, and like it's kind of like also kind of a what if scenario of sorts, and the way, like, I always kind of liked how it's not just one character, one main character. It's always just kind of one to the other to the other to the other. It's kind of a pretty kind of a unique storytelling that I don't think I've seen enough of nowadays. But yeah, I think Memory has more to say about it than I do, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'll more so speak on like probably the second core, because that was what was in the winter. Like in regards to like the ending, I actually like. I really love like the whole. I think Schmidt said it. He said that or what? No, was it Schmidt or was it? No, it was what's his name? What was it? Antony? Was it Antony that said it? Like how nobody like you won't be remembered by history, like that kind of deal.
I think
Yeah.
it was Anthony.
Yeah, like that whole and how that ties into the ending. I really because the whole thing that they went for was that like what we saw at the end was like the bridge to actual history, right? Like the names
Yeah.
that we know in history, like Copernicus and even what's his name? Albert. Albert is based off a real person as well. So like that was like the
because all the
bridge.
characters we've been introduced prior are fictional characters,
Yeah.
historical fiction. But
Yeah,
now it's
exactly.
that sort of bridge to
Yes.
to it.
And
to
it all
where
goes
it's
back
like-
to that like concept that like, and this isn't just with this. This is goes for a lot of things in history that have been invented or that have been like introduced. Like, yeah, one person usually gets the credit for creating or coming up with this idea, but what about the people before them? They nobody knows them. They're forgotten. So I like it's such like a thing like for an author to kind of like
I like what the author did there.
Yeah,
'cause,
to
like,
handle a topic like this,
because
it's
in
very
history
creative.
it's not really known. They don't really. There's like it may be lost in history. Like where did the guy that supposedly came up with it first? How did he?
Yeah.
How did like?
How did it
was
get
he
built
actually
upon?
the one coming up with it?
Yeah.
Or were there people before him that did that? So,
Yeah, exactly. So I love how they did that with the ending. I was very because at first I was kind of nervous because I was like we saw like the older Raphael and I'm like okay what the hell are they doing here, but then like it kind of made sense like what they were going for, but yeah like so I did really like the ending but also like just I don't know the passing of the torch concept I really like with Raphael obviously Badeni Oxy Draka Yolenta, obviously, you could throw in there as well. How they handled Novak's character, I know Ryu hit on it, but I really liked how they handled his character. Definitely someone like I watched that episode you mentioned, where it kind of hit him that like everything he did was for nothing. Like that was just like brutal, right? Like yeah, like his whole life's work was essentially for nothing, and that kind of like I don't know that realization.
He had to have a vision of Raphael tell him that like you've been doing all of this, you've preserved all of this, but for what? And Noah's like, oh wow, yeah, well, it is what it is. It's kind of just like that, just like yeah, I kind of screwed. It's just like yeah, I screwed up, but at the same time, it's like it's kind of a relief that it just kind of. It's also kind of relief for him in a way. It's just like oh, I don't need to keep doing this anymore. Because like if what I was doing was all this a mistake because it was for nothing, I'm glad it's just like it's just over. Like you don't need to do this anymore. It's a
Uh-oh.
Oh, I think
yeah,
okay.
Oh no, he's here.
Okay. Yeah, I let you.
He froze for a second.
Yeah, he froze.
I got
Oh,
scared.
he's freezing.
oh
No,
sorry.
you're good now. But
Yeah, it's the way it's cut. It's kind of random off like that. Just like it, like in a way like yeah, he is all. It was all for naught, but at the same time, he feels at peace because it's just like yeah, I don't need to. It's just like oh, I was proven wrong. Like, but I don't think. But like, I'm kind of glad I don't need to fight. Fight with this anymore, sort of deal.
mhm.
And yeah.
Yeah, I just I really like the way like a lot of the characters are handled, even like the side characters, because like I feel like a lot like characters like Schmidt and like Antony. I feel like there's just a lot of like there's a lot of dialogue and a lot of like information. I feel like that is like given or like used that is like it comes back up again essentially, right? Or it's like referenced again, or they look back on it. Like I feel like there's a lot of dialogue and a lot of things that our characters say, even like things that they do, where like it's just like stuff that you would think is just like for nothing, right? Like comes back up again, and you're like, oh, like the whole the stuff with Draka in like the coin flip. Like I saw a video of a comparison on Reddit, and she was repeating the same exact dialogue from one of the previous episodes that Schmidt had. I think it was Schmidt that he said to her. She repeated the same, like, I don't know if it was word for word, but I saw like a comparison of the two episodes, and when they did the coin flip, she was repeating like the same, almost the same exact dialogue that was told to her before when they did when they did the coin flip before, because they had done the another coin flip. So like stuff like that, I feel like I just really like. And then also like when they changed the OP, I like the stuff like that. They did that like four times. Like the last one especially, I really liked because they like blacked out the characters, like the whole forgotten by history
because
thing.
they're not part
Yeah.
of the actual history.
Yeah. So like that was like I really love how they did that. Just little things like that I really appreciate, because I think like you can tell, like, I know you brought up like Madhouse and like this production wasn't necessarily like, which I agree, right? It wasn't necessarily anything that's gonna blow you away, but I feel like the direction for it was pretty strong though, which helped, and the music especially. I think Kensuke Ushio did the soundtrack for it. Like that was incredible. But yeah, I feel like, granted what they had to work with, I feel like they made the most of it, and also the story, like just how engaging the story is too, and the characters are, that really helps as well. But you could tell like when they do things like that they actually really care. I feel like they're putting in that extra just to add more to the experience. So I feel like
They were able to
really
do a lot
appreciated
with
that.
they were able to do a lot even given the limited resources compared to some of the the more the more ambitious projects. They made the most of what they had, and I think they still knocked it out the park. with
Yeah.
it.
But this was an anime that I was really, really impressed with. This is like, technically it's like, I guess, a 2024 anime because it started in 2024. But like, I don't know, like I would say this, like it's one of, if not my favorite from 2024. If we want to talk about the second core, I would want to say it's one of my favorites of this year too. But I don't know if that's valid. But no, I really did. This was one that honestly, like, I think I put it in like my top 15 like series I've ever watched. Like it was just that good for me. Yeah, like content wise, character wise. I don't know. I really, this one like grabbed me like a lot. Like it was, I don't know. I just really liked it. I feel like it was just like a complete package. Pretty ballsy like concept. I feel like for an author to kind of go for, because a lot of people be like, oh, how many people are going to be able to get into heliocentrism? Like, who wants to watch or read something about that, right? But like, I think Ryu said it. Like, it became less about that. Like, it was kind of like a to drive. Like, I feel like it became much more than just that. Like, initially, yeah, you may think that was like but I think it became a lot more focused on like even like religion too. Like, that was a big thing as the series went along as well. Like religion, humanity, things like that. So I think it worked out, obviously, for the author. I'm actually excited for the author's other work that is getting an anime that I saw. I think it's coming out this year. I don't remember what it's called, but the author has like another work coming out this year. I think it might be a movie, actually.
Ooh. Okay.
So I'll definitely be checking that out. I'm not anticipating it to be as good as this, but yeah. This is a series I'll remember for probably ever, just from the content, the characters. Like this is definitely rewatch worthy, and
Hakuremu. Okay.
Is that the
That
next
one.
work?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was a movie if I remember. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's a movie. It's a movie.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. I will
released this
definitely.
year.
Whenever I can check that out, I'll be watching that whenever it comes out. But
Yeah, for me, I really enjoy this anime, but I wouldn't put it at, I wouldn't rate it as highly as probably like a lot of other people did. As for what I like, I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, other than like, what else is there to say that hasn't been said already? Like, the series is really well written. The characters are really well written. I like that we get to see, like, just how much, like, how well Raphael's teachings and heliocentrism like withstood the test of time, and how much it means to like many different characters, and how it impacted their lives in just so many different ways. So I really enjoyed watching that, and I really like how a lot of times they incorporated, humanity and philosophy. That's one of the biggest points of this whole series, and I like how it's incorporated in like the dialogue and like the narrative as a whole. However, there are two main gripes that I had with this anime, and I'll actually more of them. One of them is kind of a nitpick, if anything, but yeah, there are two gripes that I have with this anime, with the series. First of all, I really did not like the way they handled Yolenta's death. Because, if you guys remember, the way she dies is that she blows herself up, even though Nowak, her own father, was literally, like, only, like, several feet away from her, and, like, near the carriages and all that. She died literally right before Nowak can even realize who that was. That was setting the fire. And it sucks because that's something that me and a lot of other people were waiting for. They were waiting for that fated reunion.
to see them reunite.
Yeah, that fated reunion with between Yolenta and Nowak. So for the series to like completely blue ball the reader like this, the viewers like this, it's I just can't agree with that. I mean, yeah, it was explained earlier that Yolenta did say that if she ever see her father again, she wouldn't know how to react. It would be the worst day of her life. I get that, but still, I would still like a reunion in some way or form. And yeah, they kind of did make up for it when, Nowak in his final moments, he was putting Yolenta's severed hand into like the glove, and that's when he started realizing. But still, I think I still would have preferred like an actual reunion between them. And yeah, I get it. Like, if they were to reunite, the story would happen. The story would be very, very different from that point on. But like, I just still don't agree with the way they blue ball the viewers like that. And also, Nowak never found out that it was Antony that caused this whole rift. It was Antony that lied to Nowak about Yolenta. It was Antony that pulled her tooth out. It was Antony that caused Yolenta to flee away from Nowak and become the leader of that whole resistance group. So, and yet we never see Antony get the retribution he deserves because of what he did to Nowak and Yolenta. Yeah, he does die, but still, like, I mean, people complain about, how Naoto Usui died in My Happy Marriage. Like, what happened to Antony could also, like, was also pretty unsatisfying, in a way. Another gripe I have is that, yeah, well, philosophy was one of the biggest themes about this series. I do think it was kind of hand up at times. I did they kind of did go a little overboard when it came to like the philosophical dialogue and all that. So yeah, I wasn't. That's where it kind of lost me at times. But other than that, Orb is still a really great show, and that I think a lot of people should at least give a shot. So yeah,
All right.
that pretty much wraps up my thoughts on Orb. So, and that's pretty much it for the list for this podcast. So, is there any shows that we haven't tackled in this podcast that you guys want to talk about before we wrap it up?
Not real. Nothing that really comes to mind.
Okay, there is one thing I want to say, and it's about Kuroiwa Medaka. I know we briefly brought it up earlier, but because I had read the manga before it came out, which I enjoyed reading the manga. I'm not gonna lie. Initially, it was kind of tough to read because of Mona's character and all that. But I did enjoy it. Actually, like the content that season 2 is going to adapt will be more of the enjoyable stuff. I feel like because we're actually seeing progression with Mona's character. Because that whole like gimmick with her like being the queen bee and blah blah blah, like she kind of like drops that act, and I feel like that's where you actually see like we saw it towards the end of season 1. There was more progression with her character, and we're going to see more of that continue on in the next season. So for those of y'all, because I get it. Initially, the beginning of the series is not... I'm not going to sit here and act like it becomes something so great either, but it becomes a lot more enjoyable, in my opinion, from like this point on. And I'm not... Like I said, I understand the beginning parts is pretty tough to watch, especially like Mona's character, and especially that little intro thing they did with her. Like, I'm glad they dropped that part. But yeah, I would say if y'all maybe weren't the biggest on season 1, maybe hold out a little bit, because I feel like maybe y'all will enjoy season 2 a bit more. And I'm not gonna sit here and act like it's gonna become one of your favorite like rom-coms ever or something. But I feel like you may at least be able to enjoy it some in comparison to season 1. But I get a lot of people's complaints and issues with season 1. But I feel like it did leave off like the last the last part. I feel like it left off on a pretty decent note, so I'm excited for season 2 because it is the content. I think the content they should adapt in season 2 is some of the stuff I enjoyed a bit more. So I can't speak on later in the manga because the manga kind of does start to go in a direction where I'm like, I'm not a big fan of what they're doing with this. But yeah, I'm kind of happy season 2 got adapted, or season 2 got announced at the end of this one too. I feel like that happened with a lot of stuff that we watched from the winter season. Like a lot of stuff got a new season like announced. So yeah,
Okay.
I just wanted to give some quick bits on that.
Right. I got one to bring on myself, and this was more of a disappointment sort of deal.
Oh boy.
Flower Hanawa Sakushira no Gotoku, also known as Flower and Asura.
It started off so good. What happened?
Yeah, I've heard good things about it.
You watched it too? You watched it too?
Yeah.
Where do I even start? It has such a nice premise too.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm not gonna. It's not like I'm expecting anything too too fabulous in terms of the visuals. It's okay, but its own right. I mean, it's not the best looking thing in the world. I mean, but considering this is the same creator of Hibike Euphonium, or at least the original author, you'd expect more. But what I got is just very lukewarm. Like the issue, I feel like the author is missing what made the Euphonium characters so endearing to begin with. The part where you're trying to reciting poetry and all, I felt like while the show doesn't seem to like, it does an okay way of getting you into trying to explain the actual performing art itself, but in terms of like trying to get you behind with the characters, I don't think they do it too well. It just kind of going through the motions with it. and because of that, I feel like they missed out on a lot of the good characterization that we had with some people with like An or like Ryoko or like Tog or Toga or Hakuya or Setaro, for example. Like you have to think they could have done more with those characters, but they just kind of just left lukewarm. And then when they finally get to Mizuki, this is the most baffling thing I've ever
It
gotten
came
with
out of
the
nowhere. It felt like it
like
felt so like
like
out
what
of
the fuck was
place.
that?
Yeah,
Like I
it felt like
understand
they
like
just
trying to
threw it
get
in
into
there
it
to like
now.
throw it in there. Like, oh, we gotta have some
Yeah,
drama. We gotta have some with
that
her.
I
Yeah,
always hate it with with single cores. But they gotta send it to make us to spice things up. That's not how you do. That's not how you do it, y'all. Like, I felt like this was a case where they could have just omitted. If that wasn't from apparently this was in the this was in the manga, but I felt like they should have just omitted that entirely and just spun it with a. If you're not gonna release a season two, just spin it with a good enough anime original take. Just skip to them trying to at least
yeah.
go to
Because then you left
go
off
to the
what the
competition.
middle of a tournament or like the start of
Yeah,
it, like
yeah. Then
because you had to make
what the
room
heck
for
was
that.
that? Like
Or if anything, it could have
that
been switched around or like placed like earlier or something. I don't
yeah,
even
that
know.
could have been placed a lot earlier,
Yeah,
and it would have made a lot more sense.
yeah.
Even if it was like, I don't even like how it was handled either. Like
I am
just the
either.
way like the whole family bit. Like I don't like how it was felt easily resolved, and I don't like how Mizuki's family members are. Like how is this suddenly sort of such a serious deal to lock your daughter up, and then all of a sudden you're just easy convinced to release her? Like, are you kidding me? Like, what the fuck was the point? Why you gotta call her brother over either? Like it was just such a baffling moment, and it just felt like it felt so out of place
Yeah.
with everything else that has happened in in the series. And it was just left a really bad taste in my mouth. I'm like, why did we even need to go there to begin with? Y'all could just skip again. Y'all could just skip that entirely. And they missed out on the part where like Hana was like has this whole deal with has this whole deal with I think that was her older sister, I think. And like, or that could be wrong. Like it was probably
I think they were
was it
like hinting at like the one girl is like her older sister, the
yeah yeah
Shura or whatever. I
yeah I
think
think yeah that they
kind
kind
of
of
alluding to that.
missed out more development on it. Like maybe yes, you can give a pass that it could go to the second if it's ever gets a second season. But I felt like there's a missed opportunity to at least make that more of a point of interest within at least this edition. Like you could have you could have done more with it and kind of just didn't. So this was kind of like one of those missed opportunities, really missed opportunities, and like I felt like the author really misses out on what made her what made Euphonium that special, because it does better at getting you more into the characters. Like yeah, I understand Euphonium's adaptation wasn't the best. Considering it's a novel, I felt like there was still a lot of cuts. There's still some cutting in the first and second seasons, and then a whole lot in the final season. But at least they do better. They do a little better. At least getting you to care about the characters, getting you to care about the actual the actual use the kind of performance or arts that they're partaking in. I don't get this from Father Asura at all. Like only tidbits here and there, and it's disappointing because this is a nice looking premise. If they did more with it, like
Hmm.
some of the stuff with how they recite it, and they just make it seem like they're in a different place, like in the imagery and all. That was nice by itself, but you feel like you could have done even more with it, like given how given how it's presented, and it in the end I'm just kind of lost. Like I wish I could have gotten more out of more out of the interest with this art they're having, and like and then only to just be blue balled by this weird ass drama with Mizuki at the end. Like what the hell? Like again, like what the hell was that even supposed to be about?
Yeah, it felt like it was very out of place. It felt like pretty forced too. I feel like, um, I don't know. I was surprised by this at the beginning because I feel like I enjoyed it a lot, but like as it went along, it kind of like fell flat for me. Um, Also, like I don't know, some of the times that they would like, I get what you mean. Like yeah, like the times when they would recite and like they had like the imagery and stuff like that, like would be really nice at times. Like I think of like the beach. I think there was like the one beach moment, but then there's times when they're like I think of the Mizuki stuff, like at the end, like she just started reciting in front of like the whole family when everybody's like in the room there with her, and I'm just like, I was like, this seems
Yeah,
just so out of like, it's just so weird. I don't know.
yeah, that's not
Um,
the way you address that situation there.
yeah,
Yeah, that,
I think handling like I think having something like now obviously it's based off a manga, so it's probably like placed differently, obviously, but like I don't know, having like I feel like something would have been way more interesting to have like the stuff with like Hana and like they were alluding to Shura or whatever her name was being like her sister potentially or something like that. So I think a plot line like that would have made the season a lot more interesting to me personally, but
yeah,
or just yeah, like the
because all of a
yeah.
sudden you forget Hana's case was just kind of forgotten in the midst of things too, and so just like wow, you just kind of just got just kind of left hanging just like that.
I think it was a lot of like I feel like it had potential. It just didn't like. I feel like a lot of it was just kind of like wasted or something, if you want to say or put it that way. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's probably all I got though.
All right. Other than that, are we ready to wrap this podcast up?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
All right. Thank you guys for watching. Have a great day. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to these guys' channels. Follow me on Twitter. And I will see you guys next time.
Peace.